Welcome everybody to this fourth knowledge series of this year. The first one was about 4G LTE, which in essence mean how do we connect fast. The second was about services, e-services from government to citizen, e-services in general, and how that makes life easier for every one of us, hopefully. The third one was about the smart Mauritius, which is a strong drive that Mauritius has put up and where policies and frameworks are put in place, which really will take Mauritius, with a lot of hard work, to the next level. And one of those next levels we're here to discuss today, which is the future of digital banking and payments. This is something that touches everyone. And it's not just a form that needs to be filled in, this is my money. And it's money in general, this matters to us. So this is going to be one of the very, very core services of the future. And to discuss this, we have a panel here this morning, and we have some very, very interesting sessions throughout the day. I would like to invite the Honourable Minister Chidum Brum. I'd like to invite Jayam Roy. I'd like to invite Mr. Bo Harald. I would like to invite Governor Bennick, and I would like to invite Dr. Chris Nolan. Okay, to start off, I would like to ask Mr. Roy to make a little introduction, and welcome to everyone here.
So it was arranged not working. Good morning everyone, and I would like to thank all of you for being present this morning to our fourth edition of the Emtel Knowledge Series. The first three have been extremely successful, and I look forward for big success for this one as well. And I would like to thank all of you for being here, and especially all the speakers and the distinguished guests who are on the panel, Honourable Minister, His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Bo from all the way from Finland, and the Director General of the ICTA. And of course we have our favorite animator, Kim, back again with us. And we hope to have a great morning today. So I'll leave it to you to carry on.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start with a question for the Honourable Minister. How do you, and you've been the Minister for now, Minister of ICT for 5 years now, how do you see these Knowledge Workers Series workshops as a collaboration between the Minister of ICT and Emtel? How do you see them as a P2P engagement?
Thank you, first of all, Emtel, for giving me the opportunity to, I don't know whether it is working, it's okay? You're hearing me? It's okay. So I must say that I'm very happy to be here today for that fourth knowledge series organized jointly by the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology along with our partner Emtel. I must say that I'm very happy, and you're absolutely right to say that we believe in that PPP, public-private partnership. But in fact, we've gone a bit further. We've brought it to another level, the 4 Ps. That is public, private, people partnership. You know, the philosophy of the government itself is put people first. So, when we policy makers, when we have to define policies, we have to do it, and we used to do it, adopting a citizen-centric approach. And for us to be able to attain our objective, we need to have the constant participation of the private sector. And you know, that's why I call it the public, private, and people partnership. And we must agree, despite all the best endeavors of government, we will not be in a position to attain our objective if the private sector is not with us in that journey which we have started. So this, you know, I must tell you one thing, over and above that knowledge series that we've had, almost every month we have some 3 to 4 workshops with our stakeholders, and the main purpose of that is to create that platform where the private and public can sit together and decide on issues, where we want to go. Because, you know, this sector is a very dynamic one, and it has to be revisited every time. And if we want to remain competitive, more competitive than our competitors, it is a necessity that we meet, we sit, we talk, we decide upon issues that are of paramount importance for the sector. And you will agree with me that when we look at the journey that we've been all along since 2010, we have good reasons to believe that that public, private, and people partnership has given us the result that we have anticipated from day one, and we've seen it in the process. Amongst many other projects that we have been able, over and above that meeting together to discuss about issues concerning structures, infrastructures, revamping of all these things, there has been a lot of projects that we have been able to make it together with the private sector. And for example, I'm thinking of the FTTH, fiber to the home, where we are in the process of bringing optic fiber to the home, giving capacity to our people so that they can have enough capacity to do their work. I'm thinking of the Wi-Fi project, for example. You know, we are in the process actually of carpeting the whole island with free Wi-Fi, because we believe that we want to make our internet a basic citizen's right, and we want, when we say that we want our island to be intelligent, we have, in one way or the other, make things so that that intelligence, you can see it in yourself. And for example, when we look at our post offices, almost all regions in Mauritius, you have a post office. And it is very important that we have an internet access point there, so that tourists or any citizen who wants to go online can use those services. After having said that, if you look at the partnership that has existed between private, public, and the people, we are proud that we've been able to make, we can say, safely that we've done a good job. And I want to share that pride with you. For example, if you look at our internet penetration that we had in 2010, it was around 21%. And today, we've reached 54%. And when you look at the average internet penetration in Africa, it is 13%. When, for example, you look at our mobile penetration in Mauritius, we have reached 121%. More mobile subscribers than Mauritian citizens itself. So when we look at our GDP contribution, for example, in 2010 it was around 4.1%, as per the World Bank report of 2009. Today we are 6.4%. When we were nowhere, when ICT sector was not even a pillar of the economy in 2010, already it has become the third pillar. I think we can say that with the private sector with us in that journey, we've been able to make things happen, and we have still, and we must agree that we have still a long way to go. And now we have that ambition of transforming our economy from a middle-income economy to a high-income economy, and we believe that the ICT sector can play a vital role to make it happen.
Thank you. I like the one that you're including with people, because without them,
Yeah, of
it's
course.
very difficult to make it happen. So I really like that one. I have a second question, because throughout such a journey over 5 years, the vocabulary and norms, they have broadened to encompass terms like e-government, e-banking, e-education, which we probably didn't talk about 5 years ago to a very large extent, become a norm to discuss this. And we've moved to concepts like e-services and e-payments. What's your comments and observation around that?
Go ahead, Paul.
Let me answer it for you then. So you're absolutely right. You know, everything is changing. The world is changing. And we have to reinvent ourselves to adopt that new culture. When we talk about economy, today we no longer talk about that traditional economy as we used to say in the past. Today we're talking about blue economy, green economy, knowledge economy, digital economy, internet economy. So, as you can see, we are living in a digitalized world where everything is changing. And now we're talking about the Internet of Things. We've seen it. All emerging countries are reviewing their digital strategies. But of course, ambition vary. E-governance or e-governance strategy, put in broader terms, it is the use of ICT to promote efficient and effective government services. What we want is to make government more accountable to the citizens. We believe that it is a tool to achieve better governance. But e-governance or adoption of e-services, as you may term it, is not a technology project. It is a government transformation project, a process that supports fundamental elements of good governance, such as democracy, effective, just, and honest governance. So, e-governance aims to make interaction between government to citizen, G2C, government to business, G2B, government to government, G2G, more effective, transparent, and friendly. So, you can see how to really put people first, how we have framed our e-governance or our e-government policy to make it happen. But when you talk of e-payment, I think it is an Emtel or an Orange.
Can answer.
So, e-payment, as I said, everything is changing. We've changed the way we talk. We've changed the way we do business. We've changed the way we effect payment. And now everything you can see, many transactions online. You have more choices. And you can do business online, even at home. You can effect payment at home, online, or on the site of your business itself. And we in government, because we believe that we have to put all the infrastructures that are necessary so that we can make things happen. Because when we have ambition to make of Mauritius that great little Mauritius, we have to put structures. And the Bank of Mauritius is doing a lot of work as a regulator to facilitate business in that sense. And we, on our side, we have the Mauritius Post, which falls under the portfolio of the ministry. As many of you will agree with me, when we talk about our post offices today, it's more than just letters. There's a lot of services that are being offered. And very recently, some 2 to 3 weeks ago, I brought a paper before Cabinet to introduce what we call the postcode, because we've seen a lot of Mauritian citizens going online to do e-commerce, e-business and all that. And so we did not have that postcode, and that was causing a lot of predicament to our citizens, and we've just done it, and already this is under implementation. So you can see, as I said, e-governance for us is not an IT tool, but it's a government transformation that becomes transparent, become more effective, more efficient towards our nation, and again, to answer that philosophy of the government, which is to put people first.
Thank you very much. At the end of the session here, I have a third question for you around Smart Mauritius. There's more question?
No problem.
Perfect.
Okay.
Mr. Roy, you've been around for more than 10 years in this industry.
26.
Exactly. Do you see any, let's call it, similar trends that you've seen before that's now happening around payments that you would like to elaborate on?
Well, during my 26 years, I have seen many changes. And now the changes are being more exponential. In the last 10 years, for example, we have grown from the start of data, and now we have 4G and much more. We are talking of over 100 megs per second speeds and all that. And the kinds of services that are being introduced is coming faster and faster. Just to go back a little bit, I think the difficulties we faced when we started as an innovative mobile company 25 years ago. When we got a license, then it was discovered that the law did not allow it, because it was a law that dated from 1974 or something, and we started in 89. The law had to be changed to allow a private company to come in, because before that it was only government doing everything. So that was actually the first private sector in the ICT industry. And then as we went along, we saw that we discovered, I mean everybody discovered, that interconnection fees was something new, nobody knew about. So we had to work and make it work for us. The ways of what we call calling party pays, because in the origin, if you receive a call, you had to pay for it, if you remember, Governor. So we had to move to what we call calling party pays, which was the international norm. So we went through all these difficulties until, you know, we had an ICTA really geared with the resources, the competences, to bring the rules to make everyone in the competitive industry work along the same lines. But still, what we see today is when there are new things coming like mobile financial services, there's still a gap which we have to fill. We applied more than a year ago to the Bank of Mauritius for a license to go for mobile financial services. And I think the Bank of Mauritius very promptly came up with a guideline to enable the industry to move forward with the clear rules. But we see today that even now there are inconsistencies which has to be cleared before we go to the market. For example, the VAT, the MRA, are thinking a bit differently. I think we have to clear that with probably the Bank of Mauritius, so that everybody involved in financial services, insurance, the FSC, everyone are on one direction, so that operators like us and banks and whoever is going for mobile financial services have one rule to look forward to. So if I go back to the difficulties we faced, we moved from the mobile being a luxury item 25 years ago to today it's a business tool, and for normal people, anyone, 121% penetration. Everybody has a phone. Today, everyone in this room has a phone, or maybe two. We have moved a long way to engage the people, to use the phones for whatever services they need. Today it's not only for calls and SMS, it's for data, internet. And today, having reached that sort of penetration, it's going to be much easier as a media to reach the population for mobile banking. I remember when we had just started, and even much later, when customers used to come to our showrooms, they would find it so posh and glossy floors, nice paintings, and they would be afraid to walk in. Normal people, they would be afraid to walk in. And I believe it's the same problem with banks. You walk in the bank, MCB in Port Louis, it's got so much, it's so posh that the people with the taunt of money, the cash, they carry cash, the planters and all, they carry it in taunts. They wouldn't walk in because it's too posh for them. So they go back home carrying the money. We want to change that. We would like to change that. So with the penetration of mobile, it's great to be able to, instead of the guy going to the bank, we bring the bank to his hand. And this is the same thing we were talking yesterday, day before yesterday in the launch, that for education purposes, when we were at university, we used to spend all our times at the library for research and reading and homework. Now the library comes on our smartphone. We don't have to go to the library. We get anything we want, anytime, on our smartphone, laptop, iPad, everything. So it's the same way. I think if you can bring the bank to the mobile phone, I think we'll have achieved a lot. Of course, we have to make sure that we have all the security, the user-friendliness. User-friendliness is extremely important. We need to be able to make a payment on one click. If it is more than 3-4 clicks, then people forget about it. So that's user-friendliness, affordability, and reachability. With the penetration of mobile, I think the change should be more easier possible. And I think that's where the Bank of Mauritius can, and also the ICT as a regulator, can make this happen much faster. And we, as an operator, we want to go very fast and come up, because we want all the people of Mauritius, and the term used is financial, how do you call it, government? It's
Inclusion.
Inclusion. Financial inclusion is a great word, and it's very clear what we need to achieve.
I think on that note, I think the governor now should have some time to actually tell us about financial inclusion and what that means for the Bank of Mauritius and for Mauritius.
So let me begin by thanking you for inviting me to be here, and let me compliment you on this initiative of trying to upgrade knowledge of IT across the sectors in the country. And to take up something which the Minister said, public-private partnership is a way of life in Mauritius. It's at the heart of the Mauritian economic model, and it's been that way since time immemorial. And there are many sectors where the whole economy was driven by the private sector, with the public sector having a facilitating role. So that's the way we've been doing it, and I think that's the way we should continue doing it, with the right mix of public and private sector. To tackle your question on financial inclusion, we have been sort of talking about it for quite some time now at the central bank. Among the concerns that we have is that the last World Bank study, which tried to examine this issue in a holistic manner, came up with a figure that we found totally unacceptable, which may have been true. 1 out of 5 Mauritians had no bank account. We had a 20% financial exclusion in a country of our size, where there are countless branches and ATMs within walking distance. Totally unacceptable. So we thought that there was something wrong in the way our banks are handling the customer, and perhaps there was an absence of customer centricity in their approach, and that is why we set up, among other things, a task force on unfair terms in banking to try to make sure that customers are treated fairly. So one of the key initiatives we have taken is to try to launch a financial inclusion agenda and trying to do the kinds of things which on a much larger canvas Prime Minister Modi is doing in India. But the interesting thing is he's doing it after we had started doing it ourselves. So I'm not going to be as pretentious as to claim that there's somebody in the Indian policy-making establishment is following what tiny Mauritius is doing. But we've been talking for a long time about a basic no-frills account, and we have been talking about agency banking. The Minister mentioned post offices. We think that post offices can deliver value-added services. We think as well that the government sends a check every month to 10% of our population. 130,000 Mauritians every month receive a check either for basic pension or some form of social support from the government. We thought that these are key areas where we can make a big stride in terms of financial inclusion by trying to move to a card-based delivery system, irrespective of whether these beneficiaries had a card or not. So that took us to agency banking. We've issued guidelines on agency banking, and we are now thinking about allowing these agencies, as they come up, to provide services to a range of banks as opposed to be tied to a single bank, because post office right now is tied to one bank. We think they can become a kind of parlor servicing many other banks, because we see banks changing in the digital world beyond recognition, and the services that they will deliver will require a different kind of interface with the public, and we think that the agency banking model is the right one for us, so that banks can actually roll back their footprint in the country in terms of branch banking. That will help us perhaps to increase competition, because one thing we discover here, why the customer is not being treated as fairly as the central bank would have wished, is that there is a lack of competition coming from perhaps a predominant role played by a handful of banks in the banking space. I'll stop there for the time being.
Okay, yeah. No, really this ability to collaborate and get things done in collaboration, I think is a further extension of the public-private partnerships with public-private people, and that whole collaboration will make that work. That's what I know our next speaker, just after this session, Mr. Bo Harald, who will just do a quick introduction. Bo Harald is also known as the father of e-banking. He was front page of Business Week, owned by Bloomberg, and he has been chairman of the Single European Payment Area initiative, reporting to Mr. Barroso over a number of years, the EU Commissioner, and he will have a little discussion, a little presentation later about the real-time economy. Now, Bo, financial inclusion, public-private partnership, do you see any countries where they have actually managed to leapfrog and actually generate such an economy that Mauritius is strongly aiming for?
Well, I think first of all there is a benefit of being small, and we have seen examples in Singapore, in Estonia, Finland. Finland is also a small country where by networking, it's easier to network in a small country. You can achieve astounding innovations, and the pace of innovation is obviously something that you need to keep driving all the time, and so you need the networking, and then you need the strong skill, the strong will above all. And what I feel here with this education series that you are running, and that is actually happening in this room now also. So by moving forward maybe to a local real-time economy program and benefiting from the very strong will that I feel is in place, you can certainly do the same things as progressive small countries are doing. I have no doubt. Thank you.
And Paul will be talking about the real-time economy in the next presentation, for those of you who hadn't heard that phrase before. A question to Mr. Olun. Now, in order to make a lot of this happen, policies and frameworks is where it starts. Underneath that, a couple other things, but for sure some guidelines must be in place. I don't know if you could maybe enlighten us a little bit on some of the guidelines that has been put in place over the last couple of years and where you see things coming in order to meet some of the challenges that have been discussed here.
Yep. Well, thank you very much indeed, Kim. I think the 10 years that you mentioned earlier for Sham, I think it relates to me, actually, because I think we've been doing regulation in this country for the last 10 years. So I think in 2014, this is where we started issuing the alternative licenses, providing licenses to other operators. Well, at that point in time, let's say when we started regulation and 10 years ago, the environment was such that we had just the incumbent operator, and then the alternative operators started getting into the business. Now, at that point in time, the main focus was trying to ensure that we can provide affordable services. Services are accessible to the majority, and availability of services. And this is where, in terms of implementation of the provisions of the law as defined by policymaker, one of the focus area was defining rules like interconnection, making sure that networks can interconnect mandatorily to ensure that we don't deprive anybody from communicating. And this was done in a situation where, if I may say, it was a voice-centric environment. But then gradually, as we evolve, interconnection was no more on the agenda. Today what we say, we have evolved into a complete ecosystem. And in that ecosystem, we don't only have ICT players, but we have a number of other players who now are using the network to add value to their businesses. And in the early days of network deployment, we were talking about value-added service providers, but today we are talking about high value addition. And to my mind, when we talk about digital banking and payment, this is really a high value addition that we are putting on a network. Now, what is the challenge that we face today in terms of regulation? And I think most regulators and even the players do face this kind of challenges, is that we are no more operating in a silo. Because when we started regulation 10 years back, it was a greenfield, regulating greenfield, which is quite straightforward. Just apply the principle from the book and it works out. But today, there has been an evolution of the 10 years, and there has been the development of this ecosystem. And this is where, gradually, we need to have this kind of collaborative platform of regulators, operators, to meet together, because the very important thing that we need to address is, all of us together, we have to put our mind to understand what is the problem. So everybody of us should agree on what is the problem, and then we try to resolve that problem. Because if we try, let's say, as the ICT regulator, we try to address the problem in our way, the banking regulator in their way, and all the other regulators in their ways, I don't think it's going to really work. So I believe that the future, and I think we've given examples, as Shia mentioned, a couple of years back when mobile payment was being introduced, there was a very joint collaboration between the Bank of Mauritius and ICTA, and this is where the very first guideline came out, and it has been revised recently. So to my mind, when you talk about the digital banking and payment, it's a high value addition that you're bringing to an existing network, and therefore we need to have a collaborative network of regulators and operators to be able to really apprehend what are the challenges and come up with solutions.
Any comments to this, Governor?
I think I agree entirely with what Director Udan has just said. I think among the issues we faced when the first operators moved in the mobile payment space was to sit back and allow some development without trying to over-regulate it. I remember a meeting with Dr. Ulan and his then chairman, my good friend Trilok Dwaka. Both of them were very worried and they came to see me, and I was also worried because there were big billboards everywhere advertising your services, and they thought that we had licensed them and we thought that they had licensed them. So it's over a cup of tea that we discovered neither of us had in fact licensed them. So that's when we started working on the guidelines. So I think some benign neglect in early stages is exactly what this kind of industry required. And I think this is exactly what our Kenyan counterparts, Governor Ndugu, did to allow M-Pesa to take off. He couldn't care less because so long as there was no threat of money laundering, there were small payments, micro payments, far out in the bush where people were not really banked, he just stayed out of it. He allowed it to build up some critical mass before he started throwing the weight of regulation into the picture. We took exactly the same approach with mobile payments here. But as mobile payments now are catching on, as they start moving into mobile banking, and as mobile banking starts transforming into digital banking, I think we must be somewhat less relaxed, and as regulator, we must now be a bit more concerned. In particular, as banking regulator, we are seriously concerned now that our whole approach to banking supervision and regulation must change. We cannot anymore limit ourselves to supervising and regulating what we call banks, because the banking function is going to be disaggregated, distributed across a whole range of players, and the bank of the future may not look like anything what a bank looks like today. So how do we provide security and safety and reliability and protection to consumers in that changing world? That is the challenge for us as a banking regulator of the future, where services that banks currently provide may not be provided by a bank. They'll probably be outsourced to a range of other players. For example, I see a future where a bank probably will outsource its entire IT system, because an IT system will probably become unaffordable. In the age of big data, it's much easier for a bank to start doing IT processing, back office processing, KYC administration, loan processing, credit appraisal, have all that done by somebody else on a subcontracted basis. Already we have guidelines on outsourcing, but I think our guidelines must be revisited to facilitate this kind of transition so that banks compete on service delivery using more or less the same platforms. And the model that comes to mind is probably the airlines. The airlines are competing provided they're flying the same air routes, they're flying the same planes, they're operating to the same standards, but they're competing on service. We have to move in that direction. For me, digital banking is going to blow up the entire banking space as we know it now. It will allow players that are now on the periphery, whether as IT providers or other processors, debt collectors, whatever you want to call them, all these will be walking off with bits and pieces of the banking space that we have now. So which means that the regulator and the supervisor and the legislator must all move with the times and change their approach. Whether we get there quickly or whether there will be mistakes on the way first before we try to pick up the pieces is something that remains to be seen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a final question to round up this discussion to the Minister. You've embarked on this ambitious quest of moving from the cyber island that Mauritius started out with to smart Mauritius. While doing so, we've heard that policies and frameworks have been set up. By setting up this environment, the structures and parameters in terms of policies and frameworks, where do you see the next wave of this and the needs for these policies and frameworks in order to meet some of the future challenges that the government discussed and the Director of ICTA?
One thing for sure, as government, we have ambition for the country. You know, when we got our independence in 1968, we were an undeveloped country. And then we moved forward towards becoming a middle income economy. And now, before that, we had free education, which gave rise to what we call an intelligent Mauritius. From that intelligent Mauritius, we moved towards making our island a cyber island. And now, as I said, we have ambition, and we want to continue that journey towards making that cyber island a smart Mauritius, a smart nation. You know, we know that the ICT sector is a very dynamic sector, and we can use the ICT to reach our destination. The regulator has mentioned we have, you know, to be able, we can have ambition, but we must be realistic. And we have to see to it that whatever plans, objectives that we have for the country, they are realizable. But I can tell you that we are confident that already we have that necessary ecosystem in place to be able to make it. You've seen, the regulator has mentioned it. We've started with having, first of all, a plan, an ICT strategy plan. Then we came with a national broadband policy. Then we moved forward towards what we call the e-government strategy. Now we are finalizing our cybersecurity strategic plan, because we believe in structure, we believe in frameworks, and we believe in these frameworks that can help the sector to continue its growth. We've had what we call, the regulator mentioned before, about the incumbent operator, the dominant operator was there, and other operators wanted to at the same time to enjoy the market. And we came with what we call the open access policy to sea cable. When the sea cable, wherein I can still remember when Emtel bought IOU, indivisible right of use, from Mauritius Telecom to, at the same time, to be able to sell capacities. And we even move forward further for that opening of the landing station, where we invited foreign operators, like, for example, Belgacom, who is a member of the consortium SAFE, South African Far East Cable, who came. And today they are selling capacity at a price which is nearly 45% below the one which the incumbent operator is offering. So you can see that we want the sector to remain strong and resilient. And that's why we believe in those infrastructures that have been laid. And if you look at the economic growth of this sector, why we have ambition, why we want to move forward, we want to continue that journey towards making Mauritius a smart country. Because, as we mentioned before, when we talk about digital economy, internet economy, we know that ICT can play a fundamental role towards making it happen. And when we look at economic growth, although we are the third pillar of the economy, we have the financial sector, who is contributing to an extent of 5.3, if I'm not mistaken, 5.3% in the economic growth. You have tourism, which is a bit in a difficulty actually, but they are moving forward. We have textile and sugar, who are on 2.2% economic growth, the other one 2.4. While the ICT, the economic growth of the ICT sector is 8%. So you can see, despite the world financial economic downturn, despite all the difficulties that other sectors of other pillars of our economy are facing, we also at the level of ICT, we are facing the same problem, but still we're moving forward, and we believe in that journey of making Mauritius that credible Mauritius. So you can see, that's why we have ambition. We believe in what the Bank of Mauritius wants to the government to move forward with, that transition from middle income economy to high income economy. You know, as I said, why do we have that ambition? It is very, we must be, that ambition must be legitimate, and we must have good reasons to believe that we can believe in what we're doing. You know, as I said, despite the world economic downturn, we had some 240 IT companies in 2008, and already it had reached a figure of 648 IT companies, despite that Euro crisis. When we said that we want to employ some 20,000 people by 2015, already we have more than 19,000 already. So you can see that we say that there are still rooms going forward. There's a lot of things to do, and we have that ambition of really making Mauritius, making that great little Mauritius one among the best destinations in the world, and at the same time the star anchor of the revolution. We believe in that, and we are sure that with hard work, full of dedication, with a vision, we will be able to do it.
Okay. I think with that,
May I just...
Mr. Roy has a final comment to ending up this.
Yes, I would like to say that in Emtel's quest to bring new technologies to the people of Mauritius, for the advancement towards a smarter Mauritius, we have had great collaboration with the ICT, yourself, Minister, and your ministry, and also with the Bank of Mauritius. And I do hope that this collaboration continues, because we have lots of things to bring as an operator, and this can only help advance the country. My only prayer is that the elections doesn't disrupt this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think with that, we'll move on to the next presenter, Mr. Bo Harrell, and a big round of applause to the panelists.
Thank you.
So our next speaker, Mr. Bo Harrell, is going to touch the subject of future of payments. And he has 4 key questions to be answered during this presentation, amongst a lot of things that you will hear about. And that is, how does collaboration deliver innovation and competition in the payments industry? What is the payments roadmap? The ecosystem of digital banking and now in the future? And current and future requirements of payment users? And lastly, the transition to a cashless economy. And are we reaching that tipping point? So, welcome, Bo, and please share with your wealth of experience here. Thanks.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come here and talk about a favorite subject where a lot is happening. And as I said before, in a small country you can move forward much faster if you collaborate, if you network. And that, I feel, is all in place. So here are the questions. In this time frame, I will not deal particularly much with collaboration. I'll just touch on it, and the cashless society is kind of self-evident, so I'll concentrate on the roadmap and the user aspects. And this is all, of course, based on experience from the Nordic-Baltic area, particularly from Finland. Some of what I say may be self-evident, some of it is not applicable, some may be of interest and may give some ideas for going forward. So, my own experience, just very briefly, I've been working on payment automation at Nordea Bank since I started there in '75. I moved over to Tieto later on, where I met Kim 7 years ago something. And the most important perhaps thing that I do right now is this real-time economy program, where I've been the founding father in Finland, which is very much the base of what I'm going to say here now. Very much a question of collaboration. Real-time economy is the future of financial transactions and a thing to actually have on the agenda. It's a part of the Finnish official ICT 2015 program as path number 2, so it's certainly public-private partnership big time.
So, about collaboration, just one slide. It's the very key, especially public-private. It's a question of co-innovation, co-creation, co-selling, co-serving. Open-minded, not trying to have a turf for oneself, isolating oneself, but actually having this as a starting point, because the best ideas are not necessarily coming out of the own organization, but it can come out from the neighbor. I've seen that many times in my 40 years in this business, that actually it is a so-called stupid question that may change the world, and it is not coming from your core organization, it may be coming from the fringe of the network. Then you can get economy of scope, selling more to the customer. It's getting increasingly important in this fragmented world. Natural economy of scale still important, even if IT is getting cheap. Economy of reuse, already invested, should be used, but above all, economy of repetition. Use a tool that the customer, the citizen is used to already, and adoption will be so much faster. Economy of trust. As an ex-banker, we know that people, despite all, they trust banks, so use that trust. They trust the government, usually use that trust, they can trust good operators, use that trust in various situations. Standardization, from local to global to open interfaces, it's obviously a key to competition. Without competition, no development. So competition is everybody's friend, there's no question about that. That's one of the reasons for Finland having been pretty long the #1 country, and maybe still is in the world in e-banking, was that there was an open standard that promoted competition from the day one. E-banking was launched already in '82, and it would never, for home banking in '82, and it would have never been such a big success story without fierce competition between the banks. Level playing field regulation, active D and re-regulation. We need to regulate a lot in this world, but we also need to deregulate a lot in this world. And it should be level play field. Nobody should be kept out if they can live up to the standards needed, and nobody should be thrown out even if they've been in the business for a long time. So it should be a level play field. So here we have the real-time innovation program then, which is the collaboration model that we run in Finland. It's a co-innovation program. We started back in 2006. These are publicly funded pieces, about 1 to 1.5 million euros each. Full SEPA, the single European payment area, you probably know that it's enough to have one bank account in Europe nowadays. You can cover the whole euro area, and that's of course an important cost saver for enterprises and is bringing in competition. Full SEPA means that e-invoicing should also be pan-European, so you can send an invoice to anybody across the European countries. It's getting there quite promisingly, so that was what we worked on there. Then we moved up the value chain into e-orders. Then we came into accounting in 2009, e-accounting references. We made the global standard for e-invoicing in ISO 2022. Started in 2009, it's there. In 2010, we moved into XBRL for financial statements, and a very important area, fully integrated payroll, which is then actually leading to real-time salary payments and all that. Real-time VAT is a very important thing. In a small country like Finland, you can save 420 million euros in enterprises by that, and so forth. And then 2012 started this SME 50, which means cutting administrative cost in half in enterprises. But it's not only a question of cutting cost in half, it's also a question of these enterprises being able to serve their customers, their suppliers, the citizens, digitally in real time. And that is probably a much more important issue than saving 300 billion euros in Europe, which would be the result of everyone moving into electronic invoicing only. So this is the journey. I could talk at length about the details here, but that's not the purpose of this presentation, obviously. So jumping to the cashless, question. It's always a big interest in all countries. When are we going to be cashless? The answer is probably totally cashless, maybe not in the foreseeable future, but in practical terms, cashless. Are we reaching the tipping point? Yes, we are. For many reasons. We should have to ask the question, why do we have to digitalize money when it is in an account and we withdraw it into cash and then we bring it to the bank and it's bought into the account again? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So let's keep it in electronic form. And we can see that card penetration in many countries is rising towards 100%. And then we are talking about, of course, debit cards. Credit cards is maybe a thing that if it would be launched today, it wouldn't be seen as so attractive to anybody, but it's there. But debit cards are important for the ordinary citizens. And everyone should have the right to have one. Cost of cash handling is becoming visible. In Europe, the cost of handling cash for merchants is 50 billion euros every year. 50 billion euros. Cost of card payments is maybe 10% of this only. Who is paying this 50 billion in Europe? It's not the merchant. He's adding it to the price. It's the citizen, but he doesn't know it because apparently it's free to pay with cash, but sometimes there is even a surcharge when you pay with a card, which is 10 times cheaper for the merchant on average. So this has to become visible. And of course, cash is an open invitation to crime and grey economy, and how would drug trading and prostitution and you name it work if there would be no cash? And so forth, and so forth. It's a high cost also from that angle. But now we come to something that has very much to do with mobile, obviously, and that is this, to make this low-value mobile payment easy is really important, so that it could actually replace the card in convenience. But as long as you have to have a PIN code even for a small payment, it's not going to easily take off. So it has to be a very convenient version. And then I'm going to talk more about this push model mobile payment integrated into financial administration later on, and that will take it one step further. So that's about the cashless aspect. Then I come to my agenda. Always start with why, collaborate, create the urgency, the roadmap, the aspect of the users, the cornerstones of the real-time economy, and the end game, lessons learned summary. Always start with why. I think you're actually doing it here. This knowledge series is a question of, for Emtel, in my opinion, it's a question of being good for society at large. To make life easier for citizens, to make things cost efficient, to collaborate. So that's why Emtel is existing and obviously making good business out of it. But you always have to start with why. Why are we doing this, in my case then, the real-time economy program? Well, because it is good for society at large. You can take Steve Jobs, who came out, who is famous for many things, but he said that he's not interested in making money. And he almost went bankrupt once, but he's interested in making beautiful devices that are easy to use. And he made money, quite a lot of money. So that's one example on how this good for society at large is the thing that should always be first. And that means easy and low cost for citizens. That means cutting administrative cost in half for enterprises, especially the SMEs that are the very engine of the economy. In Europe, 65% of all turnover is produced by SMEs. So that's the most important segment, and bankers tend to forget that from time to time, that these small customers aren't perhaps bringing in as much profit as they should, but they are the key to the economy. So they should be served accordingly. Why this why? Well, people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. That's an old truth that Simon Sinek has written about in this book, Start With Why. So if you read one book still this year, read this book. I can strongly recommend it. There's a good video about it also, a TED video, but the book is even better. Start With Why. Then make the urgency crystal clear. I think it's crystal clear to all of you here, but just repeating, we know that the capability of IT is doubling at constant price on a yearly basis nowadays. Ignore that at your peril and you'll be out of the game, in whichever business you are. What was in the old days too expensive because of IT is the only thing that you can do these days because of IT, so it has kind of flipped. And this is of course the Kurzweil has written a book about that soon enough the computers will stand up and say to us people that thank you for having created us, now we will create ourselves, and you can relax, you human being, and we'll take over from now. So we'll be there at one point, but we are not quite there yet. But if you look at this exponential development, if you take a piece of paper, and you all know this, if you fold it 100 times, how high will the pile be? Some people say that it will be like this, and others say like that, but some people say it will reach the moon, which is of course the case in this exponential development. And if you fold it once again, it will come back from the moon also. So this is the power of IT, and that's why we have to embrace that and look into the exponential future. People usually think that everything is going to go straight ahead linearly, but it is almost always the ice hockey stick effect, that there is the sudden phase when a huge phenomena is starting to double. Of course, your customers, they are Googling there, they are using Facebook, Twitters, they want every service to be the same. That's a big challenge for banks and operators, I'm sure. Cloud computing, that's a big thing. That's new levels of interconnectivity. You don't do this innovation inside a legacy system in every company. You can do it in the cloud. That's a totally new way of driving innovations when you can do it in the cloud. Estonia, which is such an eminent example, they could start from this level because having been a part of the Soviet Union, they had nothing. They could start from a clean table. And of course, it was easy for God also to create the world in 6 days, because there were no legacy systems in those days either. So when you can start from a clean table, you can do so much more. Well, we don't need to talk about the big data. It's all familiar to us. It's a huge way to improve services. It's a huge way to sell better, and it's of course a way also to save costs. Kurzweil's book is worth reading if you want to dip into the future. The singularity is near. This enables automating of everything, cutting SME administrative costs in half, and corresponding savings in the public sector. And certainly we have to do this because we have to free up people to do more productive and interesting work than just keying in numbers. We just have to do that. Then we have the real-time aspect. When accounting is real-time, payments across banks are real-time. It's a new value dimension that you always know how much money you have made, how much your turnover is, where you stand, how much tax you have collected, and all that. I'll address that a little bit more. The information overflow is a huge problem. The amount of information is increasing with 40% every year, and we need to have new solutions to be able to serve people better who are drowning in information. How can they find what they need in the right situation at the right time? There are keys to that as well. Grey economy is a problem, certainly in Southern Europe. It has been one of the reasons for the crisis there. It has to be combated, but cost efficiently, so that you are not killing the cow when you are trying to cure it. And of course we need to reduce CO2, that is obvious for the whole globe. And a lot of that can be done by digitalizing processes. Urgency. Then we have this general dilemma, which is typical in especially successful companies. They have a very well developed systems where they kill ideas that their customers don't want. They have a very good system. They go out and ask the customers that, what do you want? I've experienced that many times also, and the answer is from the customers, we want to have the same as before but cheaper. Yes, big deal. It was a good investment in asking customers for getting that answer that you could have had already before. And as a result, these companies then find it very difficult to invest in disruptive technologies that is maybe eating away on their core business.
Maybe banks don't want to go away from non-real-time payments because it may be nice to have a float still. Most banks are now realizing that this float is not worth the effort anymore. But the customers don't want it until they want it. All of a sudden they want it because somebody has gone out there and told that, hey, why don't we want this after all? And then by then it's too late. And this Christensen's The Innovator's Dilemma is an eminent book that every successful company should read because there's mortal danger when things are going well. So, now I come to the roadmap. Self-evident elements, everyone should have a bank account. Everyone. That's the place to store the money, the wealth. It should be a basic human right. No bank should deny a customer the right to have an account. I think it's a moral issue. The customer may not be particularly profitable today, may be unprofitable, but this is something that banks have to do. And of course, it's also an obligation for every citizen to accept the fact that I have to have a bank account to be able to function as a citizen. Maybe the bank account should be open when children are born automatically, so you get rid of the need to identify people later on and so forth and so forth. So that would be perhaps the way to do it, the best way. Debit card issued to all, transparent charging for cash, standardized structured messaging. This ISO 222 is extremely important nowadays. In Europe, the whole single European payment area is using it. Every sort of transaction is moving in that direction, so that should be looked at actively. Electronic and mobile banking, e-banking and mobile banking for all citizens, and including all services. That should be the target for a national strategy, naturally. And this should, of course, banks should have so low cost that they can provide this service at a decent cost. Of course, it doesn't have to be free. Giving away value for free is not good business, but it should be decently priced. All documents, all papers should be e-signed with the sign-in tools that banks are providing in any case. All banking documents. There's no reason to send out any paper documents anymore. You can sign it with the sign-in codes just like that. We've been doing it in Finland since the mid-90s. The loan agreements, the pledges, the whatever. I mean, just do it. If there is a legal need to change a law, I'm sure that the government will stand up and say, we'll do it this week. Because this is really important. Then you come to the real-time element. And when you then move forward to, you can use the same signing also for cross sectors. If you want to sign a telephone agreement, you can do it online with your bank codes, for example, or any other ID tool used. But the bank code is certainly there, and you have a telephone agreement functioning from now. Instead of sending out a contract for somebody to sign, is it coming back? Sometimes. But you can do it right away. The real-time aspect of it is so important. The eID and e-signing service. So if you have of course, you can use a state-issued tool for signing into e-banking. Of course, you can use a bank tool for signing into the state. That's the way we do it in the Nordic countries. Canada is moving in the same direction. Holland is moving in the same direction. Estonia was there already long ago. Either the bank code or a state-issued card. The question is, of course, that do you need to have both? It would, of course, be better to have only one, but fine, to give alternatives is not killing the party. Invoicing, that's of course been a tremendous thing. We are talking then about structured invoicing using data elements, not emailed PDFs. PDFs are pictures, they are not structured documents. They should not be classified as e-invoices ever. No scanning of paper, and invoicing should be a part of every bank's offering a payment service. That's the most natural place for an SME to do it. For an SME to send an e-invoice is as easy as to send a payment in e-banking. I'm an entrepreneur myself these days, and I know how easy it is, so I can talk based on own experience. Then we come to the perhaps most important slide soon, next one, the data extraction aspect. To automate reporting and real-time accounting
is possible by data extraction out of e-invoicing. And it works like this. Here you have the seller and the buyer. The seller is sending, in the Nordic countries typically, this is the way 80% of enterprises do it, they are sending their invoice file, already 80%, in Finland 85, world record I'm sure. They send the invoice file to an invoice operator, that may be a bank or anybody who is in that network. This is not a bank monopoly. Nothing should be a bank monopoly here. It should be level play field, of course. And the operator, he is then obviously taking the file, he is passing it on in any format, globally. In Brazil it's one format, in Germany it's another one, and in country it may be 2 or 3 formats, and the buyer wants to have it in a certain format, and he'll have it. So it's reformatted, and that's no big deal. Of course it would be nice to have one global standard, but that will take time, so let's not see it as a showstopper. So, but before he sends it on as an e-invoice file or a PDF, because some people want to have these stupid pictures which are of no good use. In the worst case, he will say he wants to have it in the mailbox. Okay, the operator is printing it on behalf of the seller. He doesn't have to do the printing. But before any of these 3 things are done, he is doing data extracting. So he's pulling out the structured data from that invoice, which is always there, to automatically create a domestic VAT report. Totally automatic. An EU report, quarterly reports that goes for EU VAT, a tax inspection report that grey economy anti-reporting can go automatically, to customs and to forecasting. The central bank is particularly fond of this, and they are supporting our work to make, where we have made a global standard out of VAT, an ISO standard, because they can then see that how many invoices have been written at this time of the day in that particular industry, in that part of the country, in Finland, in Sweden, in Europe, all over the place, in real time as a free side stream out of VAT reporting, which is where it starts actually, extracting data. And VAT reporting is the way that they can get this data. They know exactly what tax is due. They know who is paying the tax. They can compare it to last year, previous year. They see where the economy is going. And when you have also real-time salary payments, you can see that how much salary has been paid by so-and-so o'clock today in this country, in this area, in this industry. You can see how much turnover has been achieved by this time of the day, how much housing transactions have been done, and then you combine these together in the whole European, single European area eventually, but you do it country by country, and this is of course bringing huge benefits when it comes to forecasting. In the enterprise, the simple way of doing this thing is that when you have a debit or credit to your account, which is emanating from an incoming or outgoing invoice, you suck in the data from that invoice that you need for your bookkeeping into the electronic statement, and that's your bookkeeping. That's all you need to do. If you are a bigger company, to periodize, you can do that later on at the end of the year, but if you are a small company, cash-based accounting is the thing that the European Commission is actually strongly recommending for companies with less than, was it 2 million euros in turnover, cash-based account. Away with this periodizing of minor amounts, it doesn't make any sense, says the European Commission, and I certainly like that. So the bank account is your accounting for small enterprises, automatic. Naturally, you can also have an automated cash flow created, estimate. Every invoice that goes out is updating, or comes in, is updating your cash flow based on the due date for the payment or the payment behavior of your customer, which may sometimes be rather different from the due dates. But the system learns. And automated invoice finance, a copy of that invoice is sent to the bank for financing company, or openly competed for. So this is really something that we
almost stumbled upon in the invoicing case, which I strongly recommend that you take a look at. If you establish your own real-time economy program, this is very much a private-public effort here, because the taxman is saving so much and the government is getting so much important information out of this. So e-invoicing is the key. We were very glad when United Paper Mills, which is the leading producer of fine paper actually in the world, sent a letter to their suppliers saying that they are moving to electronic invoices, and paper invoices will have to be returned to senders. We're very happy at that stage. We were playing this Elvis Presley return to sender repeatedly in conferences, because this was a paper manufacturing saying this. If a paper manufacturing is saying this, why isn't everyone returning papers to senders? And that's the way to do it. Just return to sender. Because anybody, especially small guys like my one-person company, can send invoices just like payments. It's so easy. If you have an invoicing system, it takes a few days to adjust it so that it can send a file. It's not easy, difficult either. No scanning. Return to sender. No scanning. Scanning should be virtually forbidden. It just delays the whole uptake of the whole thing. So, last slide for the roadmap. E-salary. When somebody is getting a salary into the account, by clicking this salary payment, you get the statement out and you see all the details. That has been in place already for 15 years. And that's, of course, that's using the same logic as e-invoicing. It's not an invoice sent to a person, it's a salary statement, much nicer anyway. That's paving the way for real-time taxation, which we are moving into. So every salary payment that is made soon in Finland is going to be reported to tax in real time, automatically. Every salary payment system can do that. You don't have to really have any trouble with knowing will you have to pay extra tax at the end of the year, because you pay it every time and it's the right level. Too high, of course, but still the correct level. Then we have the e-power of attorney, which is a very interesting thing that is also coming out, so that when I use my own company as an example, when I'm sending, I need to send a power of attorney to my accountant to get my bank statement to automate the accounting, then instead of that, sending a paper power of attorney, I send the company an invoice saying that this is for €1. It's not really an invoice, it's a power of attorney to you to go and get my statement, and when you get the normal notification to your telephone, if you want to pay this invoice, press A. Then you have approved this power of attorney this time, not the payment of €1, that's a sideshow. So it is totally reusing an existing system for a new purpose. And then I come to the new role for the mobile, which I think is, in my opinion, at least as important as low-value payments. It's not a phone, it's not a computer, it's a confirming device. When people have so little time left for any one thing in this fragmented world, they will be so delighted if they can get it done easily, which means that there is a proposition that is sent to your phone. Various types of propositions. It's moving from being a phone to messaging to internet usage, which is actually increasing by 70% every year in the mobile space. That is why all new services should be planned starting from the mobile, not from the desktops or laptops. But now it's a confirming device. SMS message suggesting press A for payment of e-invoice on due date. That has been in place now in Finland for at least 1.5, maybe 2 years, and it has taken off like a rocket because it's so convenient. You don't have to log into e-banking to pay an invoice. You don't have to use any PIN when you get the invoice notification, the SMS to your phone. You press A, only A. But if you want to pay it in real time to somebody, then you press N. And this you may be rewarded for, especially if you pretend to be a bad credit risk. You can get a discount for pressing N. the invoice sender is getting the money right away, and no credit risk left or currency risk left. This is a very important thing, especially in the Nordic countries where consumers get 1 billion pieces of invoices every year, and when they move into this mobile approval of the payment by just pressing A, it will create a foundation of habit that is extremely valuable for example, contract signing. Here you have a contract, press A or N, and then it's real time, or N it's real time. It's been already in place. Electronic signing. There's a suggesting purchase. Buy these hiking boots, size 48, last pair. Press N for now payment, and they're yours. You have paid it. It's an e-invoice in the background, so the accounting and VAT reporting is automated in both ends, seller and buyer. Also the private accounting is getting automated, so actually you can start tracking your costs or your expenses in a quite different way. SMS message suggesting acceptance of e-power of attorney I mentioned. So I want to give you this power of attorney to do things for me. Press N, and it's there directly. In addition to what is already in place, SMS message asking for confirmation of unusual payment, which is in place, I'm sure also here. If there is a big payment to somebody not paid to before, you have to confirm it with an SMS. Notifications for balances and transactions. So this notification and confirmation approval device role is going to be huge. And it's not difficult to do, actually, it's quite easy. So, one slide about this, I could talk at any length. It should be easy to use, clinically simple language. When we experts are talking to people, we use terms that we think are simple, but they are not. So it should always be a communication expert who communicates to people. I'm sure that Emtel is doing it that way, I'm sure. It's really important. And of course the user interfaces should be clinically simple. Password usage should be minimized and can be minimized. It's kind of slentrian that it still goes on in many places. It's actually not needed. Familiar tools across roles, economy of repetition. It's mentioned from e-service to e-self-service to e-service. You use the big data and you can make a proposition that actually hits the exact need of the customer in quite a different way. And he can press A or N for approving it. Mobile first, that is what customers need. And then the automation of accounting, cash flow estimates, VAT reporting, etc. is something that payment users really need. They don't have time for administration anymore. At least they have that feeling, and that's all that counts. So, coming to summary, few slides. Start with why. Why are we existing as an organization? What is our mission? It's not to make money. It's not the measuring sales or whatever. It's to have a mission, to be important for customer and thus for society at large. Never ask customers what they want. They don't know. We should know. Innovation demands, of course, collaboration, small country advantage. Value of existing habits is rising exponentially, and they reside in the tools. The SMS is a good example. It's a very useful tool, even if it's clumsy and old-fashioned and whatnot, but it should be used. We should know that first we shape the tools, and then the tools shape us, and we should accept that they actually are reshaped all the time as human beings, and we should not think that everything will be because all of a sudden there is a technology that is reshaping us as persons. There are very good books about this topic lately being issued. Enterprises should use their time for business, not administration. This is a horrible waste of business talent to have to do administration and have costs for it. All of it takes time, so communicate now, go out and tell the world what you're going to do, then you can get the train moving, because it will take time. There are no corporate customers. Picture, bank customer, bank corporate customer, utility customer, corporate utility customer, teleoperator,
government. My name is Guy. My name is Bond. My name is Bond, James Bond. My name is Guy, same guy. It's the same guy who is using these different services. And if you can use often used and trusted tools for eID, for e-signatures, e-payments, e-payments integrated e-invoicing, my areas here from real-time economy, in different services, the value of them will rise exponentially from one service to another. Same tools across roles and services. Of course, we all know that a legal person has never done anything. And you don't have any corporate customers, you have only human customers in different roles. And if you can take a habit from one role and bring it into the other role, the uptake will of course be quite different. Human attention, that's what we are running out of. So again, economic repetition, familiar tools is on the rise. We have this innovation ladder, and just flipping through this from banking, where you have been able to build on these which I spoke about, just picturing the ladder. And then you have the other way of doing things, starting from somewhere up there. And this is not user-friendly, this is user-friendly. You build on experience, on habit, on what people already can do. It's as similar as possible across roles. So, I said this for familiar tools, new purposes, what I hear, I forget, what I see, I remember, and what I do, I understand. And it's not demand that creates the supply, it's the other way around, said Henry Ford. Certainly he was right. And then we have from ice hockey, don't go where the puck is, saying that there are only 80% of people who have bank accounts. It will be 100% very soon if you take action, and everyone is not using e-banking. Well, it's not today, but tomorrow everyone will use e-banking if you take action, and so forth and so forth. Everyone do not have smartphones. You shouldn't build anything for smartphones only, you should build it for all phones. But tomorrow everyone will have smartphones and so forth. So go where the puck is going. Of course, we tend to overestimate the effect of technology in the short run and underestimate the effect in the long run. And that is sad, but this is often the way it goes. It looks a little bit like this. Any hype will do, so we jump on a new hype, and it fails because it wasn't quite the time there. There will be an ice age. You guys don't innovate anything because the chief executive lost his face now, then you did the wrong thing, and that doesn't happen in Emtel, of course, but in many companies this is the way it goes. And the other way, which is even more problematic, is that you postpone and postpone and postpone and postpone and postpone, and then you make a huge IT project out of it. And we all know what is the synonym with a huge IT project. It's a huge catastrophe. In Tieto, we used to say that if you buy a huge IT project from Tieto, it's not a huge catastrophe, it's only a middle-sized catastrophe, so it's quite okay. But the thing that we should do is, of course, to love technology, get going right away, test it out, go around the corner. You can't see around the corner, you have to go there. You'll meet amazing people who can add to your idea, and you make a lot of small mistakes and you learn from them, and you'll be faster than anything else. This is the way that I have experienced. End game. Now I'm getting to the end game. The real-time economy, start and end in the same instance. The cornerstones, real-time payments, of course, across the banks. That has to be done. It's coming. Real-time e-invoices, real-time VAT reporting, e-salaries, taxation, accounting, financing. And then you get this dashboard for national, international economy. You know what is happening in the economy all the time as automatic side streams out of this whole thing. So, with all this fascinating thing, shouldn't be all plug in. That's the message. But it cannot be planned really exactly. It cannot be prognosed either exactly. It has to be created. So just to get going is the message in my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You should grab a seat over here.
Okay.
I know the program said that we should soon have a coffee, but we decided to extend it with a little bit. We have Richard Arlo, the CEO of ABAX, to spend 10-15 minutes on digital payment system innovations from Africa to share that experience. After that, we will have the coffee break. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I come from a quite different background than from Mr. Harald. And I'd like to say thanks very much for this insight, all the fantastic things he's been showing us this morning. My background is, in fact, ABAX is a corporate services provider, and we are in the global business sector in Mauritius. I want to say global business, not offshore. Many people here, there's a confusion between the sector. Global business is a sector where, in fact, Mauritius is attracting investors from all over the world to use the Mauritius platform, the financial sector, to invest outside of Mauritius. That's the primary business. And what we are seeing today is a lot of investments into Africa. And I would like to thank Emtel for, in fact, organizing this knowledge series on this subject, as I think it is very topical, and it is at the middle of things that we are seeing taking place on an everyday basis in the sector in which we are. So my intervention today, I'd like to place it in 3 I's. Not the iPhone, the 3 I's. First one being integration. Integration for the purpose of synergy. So why integration? Because I think what we are seeing today is, first of all, in the subject that we are in fact considering this morning, we are in fact considering integration of digital technology and payments. We are integrating it. Also integrating financial services and technology. This is the area where we are. I will demonstrate that, in fact, a company like ours and many other companies in Mauritius today are integrating financial services and technology for, in fact, providing value added to customers. Also integrating Mauritius and Africa. Integration of Mauritius, we are part of Africa, but in fact today we are increasingly adding value to the continent, especially in this area of technology. And also integration between the global business, the area that I was talking about, and the domestic economy. How can we integrate both to create more value for the country, for Mauritius? The second I is effectively impact investment. What we are seeing today in Africa is that most people are unbanked. Many countries in Africa do not have more than 15% of people who are banked. And the mobile payment system is in fact taking a fantastic place in the economy of many countries in Africa to help the people becoming banked. In a sense, not through the traditional banking system, but being able to make mobile payments. And that has a fantastic impact on the economies of Africa. And the third I is innovation. I think we've heard a lot about Mr. Harald talking about what is happening in Europe, how innovation is changing the life of many corporates and people in terms of e-payments. And in Africa, we are also seeing a lot of innovation. And I think it's good for us to realize that Africa is not only about all these diseases that we talk about. It's a lot about innovation in digital payments. So very rapidly, we are a company which provides, we are in a few countries, and this is the sort of metrics for us. We provide corporate services, we provide corporate finance advisory. We sit on the board of the clients which come to Mauritius to form the different companies, and this is what I want to share with you today. I want to share with you what we are seeing in the different sectors in which we are, because in fact we are at the middle, and the same goes for all people who operate in the global business sector in Mauritius, of many things that are happening in the world, and how Mauritius may be adding value to these different businesses. So I'm in fact going to show you today a few case studies, real case studies of clients that we have and what is happening in these particular cases. So the first case study is address the payment needs of the unbanked. I'm not going to put emphasis on the technology part of it. I'm going to put emphasis on, in fact, what is happening from entrepreneurs in Africa in the field of digital payments. That business started with an entrepreneur from Benin. You see where Benin is. It's a small country, west coast of Africa, former engineer of France Telecom. And in fact, he's put together a technology platform that, of course, the IP is with himself, in West Africa for the unbanked population. And he was looking for solutions how to get it from his country towards the rest of Africa. And he has used Mauritius as the place from which all this is being done. In terms of his companies are here, in terms of his technology, his servers are in Mauritius. Okay? And all these payments that are happening between different countries of Western Africa are effectively going through Mauritius. And he's also using that system to pay utility bills, and using that system for money transfer. As you know, in Africa, small amounts of money needs to be transferred from maybe the fisherman who has fished some, for his products that he's fished in the morning, needs to transfer the money to his family 500 kilometers away. All this is happening through this system. He's not using the mobile phone because in his country and in his region, mobile penetration is not that high. He's using point of sales material, and he's using, in fact, post offices of different places to be able to make this digital transfer. And this technology comes from Africa, it is innovative, and it's being run out of Mauritius for West Africa. Second case study is trading airtime for payments. This is a case study of someone in Nigeria who has developed a system fairly similar to M-Pesa in Kenya, which I think many people here know already. And what is interesting in his specific innovation is that he's again using the mobile, this time round he's using a mobile phone, and airtime is being converted into money, into payments, and allow people effectively not to have bank accounts, but to make all these payments, as you can see here, utilities, microfinance, and so on, through their mobile. Look at the number of customers he's targeting. Small entrepreneur targeting 15 million customers in Nigeria and starting to go outside. What's interesting there as well, we got that client through, in fact, a microfinance fund, which has decided to invest in this technology because it is, in fact, helping microfinance in Africa. And that's why I was talking about impact investment. So through this technology, this allows small businesses to grow in Africa, which would otherwise not be able to grow. Third case study is about a fantastic story which is happening in Kenya, out of Kenya. An idea that started from two entrepreneurs who put together a system of nano credit, basically, which I think Emtel has as well, where you're phoning and you realize that you don't have any credit or any airtime, then automatically you receive a message to tell you, do you want to have credit? So he's developed that system, and as of today, he's got 100 million subscribers just in Africa, in 13 countries. And his target in 3 years' time is to move to 500 million subscribers, and taking that technology from Africa to Asia and to South America. Asia including India. And that's a fantastic story to see that innovation from Africa is in fact today going in technology. It's going even to India, which we know is quite developed in terms of technology. So it's interesting to see, as I was mentioning, that a lot of things are happening in Africa today, which are helping the specific countries and in which Mauritius is adding value. In that case, for example, he raised money from Mauritius, he's registered his IP in Mauritius, and his server will also sit in Mauritius. And that's why I was mentioning about the opportunity that we have as a country to integrate what is happening in the global business with the domestic economy. Instead of thinking of the development of Mauritius only as the domestic economy that we have, we should be realizing that there are client assets under administration which are sitting in Mauritius, in our bank accounts, in the global business companies, that is almost 30 times our GDP. So I think you are from the corporate world. We should think, how do we engage more by integrating the global business and the domestic economy to really take advantage and to help such people, in fact, reach their goals. And the last example is the example of a product that's just been launched by a listed South African firm, launched last week, which integrates information, communication, entertainment, and payments. It's a set-top box which has been launched, which is in fact new technology. And as you see, 350 engineers, software engineers employed by this company, listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and 2 billion rand of R&D, 18 months of research to create this new set-top box, which we will hear about very soon, going on to South Africa and then on to Africa, and this is why Mauritius is being used, to in fact integrate different things, as you can see from the picture there, including payments, including video on demand, and including also a Wi-Fi hotspot that you have at home through this set-top box. So, again, another example of how innovation from Africa is going towards the rest of the world, especially in the bridge between technology and payments from Africa. So, as I mentioned, 3 points, 3 I's: integration, impact investment, and innovation. I think we are seeing all these happening, and we should ask ourselves, am I part of it? How can I, as a Mauritius company, as a Mauritius entrepreneur, be part of all that is happening in that sector of digital payments, but coming from Africa? And I'd like just to end with this quote from Craig Venter, CEO of Altron Group and Alltech. Mauritius offers the ideal launch pad for technology-driven companies to reach a Pan-African audience. The island nation has a proper ecosystem of efficient banking, skilled human resources, and technology readiness, and is well positioned to house the regional headquarters for our African operations. And I think this is in fact telling us that we can be a platform to really help integrate the global business and the domestic economy, and use this integration for, in fact, boosting business in Mauritius, but also helping Africa to grow. Thank you very much.
Richard, you sit over here, please.
Yes, thanks.
Any questions to Paul or Richard here before we go for a break? I know there's a tough one, but any questions to the 2 speakers at all? Or was everything so clear that you're now wanting coffee? Okay, if no questions here, but then we have a break for 30 minutes. Then we will have the next sessions, and remember, we will have raffles later as well. Okay, a break for 30 minutes, please. Thanks. Welcome back. Welcome back to this exciting second part of the show, where we will be first focusing on in a regulatory context, the future payment focus. And for that, I have a number of panelists that I would like to enter the stage, and I have a speaker who will be doing a small presentation, if that is still the case. So if I can ask Mr. Dabi Singh, Director of Engineering at ICTA, to come up on stage and get a microphone on. You already have that? Fantastic. And then I will invite the other panelists up here as well. So they sit here and listen while you talk, so we don't have to interrupt too much.
No problem.
Can I ask Charlene Louis, Head of Licensing and Financial Services Commission, to join us? Thank you. And Mr. Thakur, Head of Payment Systems at and MCIB at Bank of Mauritius, come up here. And unfortunately, Mrs. Madoub could not make it here because we're a little bit delayed and she had to participate in another
She's here.
engagement, but will most likely be back a bit later. She's still there. I got misinformed. I get it wrong constantly with you. I apologize.
You got the wrong message. I just said that I would be, I'm really very fast today, so I would be here just for a little bit of time.
Okay. So are you okay when we start with the presentation and then we start with you afterwards? With questions and answers and stuff like that.
If you don't mind, can I make the first presentation?
You can make the first presentation.
I'm very sorry for that. I have a very important meeting. Thank you.
Absolutely, no problem.
I'm sorry about that. It's just that I have a very urgent meeting at 1 o'clock. It's a very important one. Just before I start with my presentation, I would like to inform you that my office is organizing the 36th International Conference of Data Protection and Privacy Commissioners in Mauritius, Intercontinental, from 13th to 16th of October. Sorry. And I would like to invite you all to participate in the sessions which will be open to the public as from the 15th to the 16th of October. But it's a paid conference and we are attracting around 250 international participants, mainly CEOs from the most famous IT sectors around the world, and 70 international speakers on different areas of data protection and privacy. So if you're interested, we have a dedicated website for this. It's just type Privacy Conference 2014. You will find the website for the conference. Online registration is possible, online payment, and for the general public, we are offering early rates, which are, I think, 670 euros for general public. For public authorities, around 580 euros. And for NGOs, academics, and students, 265 euros. Thank you very much for listening to this very important piece of information from the Data Protection Office. As you know, we operate under the Prime Minister's Office, and I would seriously, I see that most bankers, if I'm not mistaken, are in the right audience. Money is not a problem for you. So please seize this opportunity to learn more about data protection and privacy around the world. This is the first conference in Africa, and I think we are very much honored and privileged to be hosting that conference. So thank you. I would now go on to my presentation. Being contacted only on Tuesday, belatedly, and I don't have a presentation on PowerPoint, but I have a presentation in a body speech. So, first of all, thank you, Emtel, for providing me with the opportunity to be on this Emtel channel, my third appearance on this Emtel channel. And this is the third presentation I'm making for the Emtel Knowledge Series. And I'm very much honored, thank you very much. I believe the title is the correct one, The Future of Digital Banking and Mobile Payments. Inevitably, unfortunately or fortunately, digital banking is much related to data protection and privacy. This is the future, I would say also the current, not only the future. So we tend to forget, I think data protection is as much as important in a feature in digital banking, but I'm here to remind you that it is not. And I hope that over the Emtel Knowledge Series, I've been able to propagate what data protection, the importance of data protection is about in digital ecosystem. So Privacy in online banking can be said to be the protection of the customer's personal and financial information. Online banking, internet banking, whatever name you call it, there's nothing wrong with that. What is fundamentally wrong from a data protection and privacy perspective, first and foremost, is absence or lack of education of our customer. Public-private people partnership, citizen centricism. When we talk about these fundamental aspects, we are all talking about how to protect people whilst effecting online transactions. So how do we protect the privacy of people whilst we are doing online transactions? How much control are we giving to people over their personal information? This is what I'm here to talk about today. So online banking, from our perspective, has two types of risk: maintaining integrity of customer information and preventing unauthorized use of such data. The indiscriminate use of personal data is viewed as a violation of an individual's privacy right, and the right to privacy, as you know, is covered by the Data Protection Act. I would focus on Section 22 of the Data Protection Act, which says that the customer has the right of information about the processing of his or her personal data, including the right to be informed either at the time the data is first processed or when that data is first disclosed to a third party, and also the right of access to their personal data. These are very fundamental principles that Section 22 talks about. As you know, from a regulator's perspective, the law never keeps pace with technology. This is a fact. The law is always lagging behind, and technology is ahead, as you can see here. Brilliant example of technology. But under the Data Protection Act, if there is a breach of it, offenses are committed, and our office recommends prosecution for these offenses. And this concerns as much the sector here. Any country that signs up to the UN Declaration of Human Rights, which you're all aware of, the country must ensure that we protect privacy. Privacy is one of the fundamental principles elaborated in the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Mauritius is no exception. We are in the process, our Prime Minister just said some time ago, we are in the process of signing the Data Protection Convention with the European Union. And this would involve serious obligations for the country in terms of data protection. That would mean also probably more prosecutions when we don't comply with the Data Protection Act. So I just want to tell you that we're moving very fast in that area of the law, which is somewhat not fully understood by each and everybody of us, especially by our customers. Again, if we talk about education, not only are we talking about literate people, but we're also talking about people like us. How much do we know about digital banking? How much do we understand digital banking? How much do we understand the pitfalls in digital banking? This is the challenge, today and tomorrow. How much is our education? This is, I think, again, we should put more emphasis on it. As rightly said before, your business is not about making money. You need to have a mission. Part of your mission is this: protection of human rights. If a bank account is going to be a basic human right, definitely the bank account owner has to be protected. This is again where privacy comes in. You know, we tend to think about privacy as something which is far from the digital world. This is not so. We need more protection in the digital world than in the physical world today. Physical world, we can see what is happening. We can sense, we can feel. Digital, no. This is where we need to be very careful and understand that over there we don't see, but we have to know what is awaiting us. And there are many legal issues that affect online banking, like identity theft, protecting privacy, online crime, and misuse of data. Using the internet itself has its own risk, and most customers expect laws to be in place to protect them. That's why we have the Data Protection Act. The privacy questions relating to the use of customers' data and transactions in online banking are about how the customer's personal data is used by the bank and what amount of control a customer has over the use of his or her data. How the bank shares customers' personal data with third parties or affiliated businesses, and the rights and control customers have over the distribution of their data. And also, not the least, the government has over the monitoring of customers' bank details and information. Not only talking about the private sector, but also the public sector. The government as a partner in today's business. What are the ethical, social, professional, and legal issues related to online banking services, and how do we apply these ethical and professional principles in the use of online banking services? Traditionally, businesses view the use of information as a means of making money, while the government tend to view information as a means to protect security, national security, the issue of the day. However, in both cases, individuals or groups have limited control on how their personal data is used. Knowledge is power, and the more information the government gathers about customers' bank transactions, the more power they have over them, and the less power the customers have. Whatever I'm going to say today is based on studies, empirical studies and surveys. It's not my personal opinion. If I'm talking about the government today or the private sector, it's all based on surveys, but I won't have time to go on the statistics of each survey. But these are not my personal opinions. And there could be abuse of such power by the government or whoever is in charge to use such power for selfish means or politically motivated aims. Government may claim that they use the capabilities offered by IT to get the intelligence that enables them to meet their responsibilities and to protect citizens. But most individuals have little confidence and trust in both government and private sector handling of their data, and fear that there could be a misuse or misinterpretation which could lead to persecution and prosecution of innocent people in the application of law and order, and also while protecting national security. There is also found to be a lack of confidence in the government's, including private sector, ability to protect personal data and keep it secure. Most online banking customers fear that this could give the government and private sector alike too much power and control over them. Most customers tend to mind if the government or law enforcement agencies read their communications or view their banking transactions, even if they have not done anything wrong or have nothing to hide. Internationally, customers of several organizations can now pay their bills, transfer money to multiple accounts, make deposits, withdrawals, view transactions. All this can be done conveniently with just a click of a mouse. The physical presence is no longer required. But still, many customers are still concerned about their security or their personal information while operating the online banking service. Privacy is one of the key factors which have an effect on customers' adoption of online banking technology. Most customers are concerned about how their personal data would be used when registering for an online banking account. What happens to their data after giving out their personal information? They're not sure and convinced about how secure and safe their data would be and how the data would be stored, manipulated, retrieved, and updated. Privacy concerns also raise a few questions like, what information do customers require to reveal about themselves? In what conditions? What information can the customer keep to himself and not disclose? Major privacy concerns about the use of online banking technology are collection, mass collection, enormous amount of personal information collected, unauthorized secondary uses of data, errors, and what level of protection could be put in place against them to protect the data. It is the duty of your sector to secure and protect all customers' personal information. They should conform to the data protection legislations and other privacy legislations in Mauritius, professional codes of conduct and ethical principles to gain customers' confidence in the technology and guard their reputation. All online interactions leave detailed audit trails that continually depict a larger portion of our lives. Our lives are no longer so private as it used to be 50 years ago. This is a reality and a challenge. Privacy standards associated with the use of online banking technology in the banking industry exist. But, like they all have obligations, recognizing an individual's expectation of privacy, using, collecting, returning personal information, so many other privacy principles are here in guidelines, probably in the banking sector. But are they being implemented efficiently? This is the challenge for us, to see to it that they are implemented efficiently. But it's also your challenge, bearing in mind that it may be an offense that you're committing. Technological solutions can give customers direct control over their personal information, like cookie manager, encryption software, and ad blocker, give customers an amount of control. These are certain things that we can use, technically speaking. Also, customer activism, creating a policy, taking direct action in online or offline environments to achieve desired enhancements in privacy policy. Privacy laws have been controversial around the world because each jurisdiction had their own set of privacy principles. But now we are moving towards more harmonization in privacy principles, which is bringing us together on the same platform. Okay, so I would say, just to end up, that we have many more safeguards and security principles that we need to put into place to make sure that we protect privacy. I can just leave this paper afterwards, maybe for your own personal reading, and I would like to conclude by saying that online banking technology seems to be slowly adopted by a majority of prospective customers, despite being aware about the usefulness of this technology. And this is due to the fact that customers are seriously concerned about the privacy of their data and do not really feel secure. A number of privacy issues, like the measures, the steps that can be used to protect personal information, the degree to which government agencies have access to the customer's bank transactions and personal data, the professional, legal, ethical, and social requirement in online banking technology, and how IT professionals should apply these principles. So I would conclude here. I'm very sorry, it has been a very fast-track presentation, but if you have any questions, I would still be available for some time more. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will then move on with the second presentation, and then we will take questions.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So very good morning to all of you. Once again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss on this matter with you. And thank you to Emtel for making this issue of, I think the first panel discussed about it, the collaborative platform in reality in Mauritius. In this era of convergence, I think this is the best way to move forward. I think the director of the ICTA also mentioned it. As the representative of the ICTA, I will be discussing about the ICT component of the banking sector. I want to venture into talking about security with regard to banking processes. I will leave it to my good friend Vikash of the BOM, who will elaborate on this matter. So to start with, I will limit my presentation. It's a very short presentation, but then I think it's a good background for the discussion that we will have. I will limit to cybersecurity for internet banking and mobile payment segments. So I think this was mentioned again by the previous panelists. The objective, the very objective of an effective payment system is that it's safe, secure, efficient, robust, and sound. and above all, it should be user-friendly also. Now, in order to make this happen, cybersecurity is part and parcel of this process. And in order to make sure that we attain these objectives, we have to ensure that cybersecurity in terms of confidentiality, integrity, availability, and non-repudiation are enforced correctly. I'll come to the nitty-gritty of these services during the course of the presentation. Now, coming to the internet banking segment, we're no longer in Finland, we're back in Mauritius. So what's happening in Mauritius is, in terms of authenticity, what we have is the use of online, for online banking, they normally use user IDs and passwords. And also they enforce second factor authentication for the use of one-time password through SMS, transaction-specific password. Now, this kind of security measure is being implemented over SMS channels, SSL channels, sorry, which ensures that we are enforcing confidentiality and integrity services. But the bad news is, I think most technical people are aware of it, that SSL do contain vulnerabilities. And two major vulnerabilities that were recently detected with SSL is in terms of heartbleed attack and SSL strip attack. The reason I'm mentioning this is because we do have online tools right now available where you can test whether you are susceptible to these kind of vulnerabilities. And the online test platform currently available are BlueSSL, SSL Lab, and the Global Sign. And personally, when I tested some of the sites which are for internet banking in Mauritius, we found out that most of them were not vulnerable to the first type of attack, that is the heartbeat attack, but they were vulnerable to the second one. The reason why I'm taking this example is that just to highlight the fundamental idea that cybersecurity is a continuous process. It's a process whereby it needs constant supervision and constant update. With the necessary patches that are applied, maybe at this point in time, you will be foolproof, you will be tamper-proof. But 1 month down the line, this may not be the case. This is why constant supervision is always necessary. Now, we see that in the internet banking segment in Mauritius, banks use various technologies for authentication. This is the case for the second factor authentication also. And therefore, one first suggestion as a non-banking professional is that we should give the customers the choice of different methods of authentication to be able to detect, to know what type of security measures adapt to their needs. And for this to happen, of course, we should empower the customer. I think this also was mentioned before. How to make this happen? Basic principle, back to basic principles. The customer should be informed of how they should implement measures as a first line of defense, use of update antivirus software, avoidance of public Wi-Fi, and in case of security alerts, they should be empowered to know how to react to these security alerts. Now, up to now, I have been talking about the first three security measures in terms of confidentiality, integrity. When it comes to availability, it's a question of redundancy on the system. One very important security service in the banking sector is the one pertaining to non-repudiation. That is, one party of a transaction cannot deny having received a transaction, nor the other party deny having sent a transaction. This is a very big challenge in the online paradigm. And when we see the previous methods that are being used currently in Mauritius, that is username and password as first level and second level authentication, these methods cannot ensure the enforcement of non-repudiation. In fact, the most effective way of enforcing this is through the use of digital signature. This is the e-signature, the e-world that we are talking about. This is how we are going to make it happen. How the e becomes an operational, effective, and secure type of measure. What is digital signature? Basically, it's the equivalent of handwritten signature in the paper world, but then it's not the scanned handwritten signature that is being put online. It's an electronic signature which is based on what we call the public key infrastructure technology. a quick overview of the PKI without going into the technical details. So the PKI is the means by which we ensure that two parties who doesn't know each other can engage themselves into trusted exchange of sensitive information. And basically, in very generic terms, how the PKI solves the problem is that it makes room for the coming into operation of a trusted third party which can vouch on the identity of the sender and the recipient of a transaction. And this third party is known as the certification authority. In Mauritius, the role of the ICTA is to license the operation of these CAs, and the CAs issue digital certificates to end users which use this certificate for the digital signature operation. One basic suggestion in the banking sector is that as a second option, customers should be given the opportunity to use digital signatures for authentication, for authenticating and ensuring non-repudiation services in their online transaction banking services. Now, one word of caution. Implementing a PKI is not an easy journey. In fact, it goes careful planning, and the issues pertaining to PKI implementation goes beyond technology. For instance, if a bank wants to implement PKI and start phase-wise by implementing the front end only with the customer, this won't work. It should ensure at the same time that the back end also is PKI enabled. The reason being that when you are going to transact in a digital world, the back office world also should be doing the work on the digital medium. The reason is very simple, is that as soon as you put a digital signature document, you put it on paper, it loses its legal sanctity. So this is why careful implementation should be envisaged when deploying PKI. Now, even though it is complex, I think our resource person from Finland mentioned it, one of the best examples of successful PKI development has been in Estonia. In fact, this was an endeavor which was taken at the national level, which incorporated both the public and private sector, and they came up with a standardized common infrastructure known as the X-Road to undertake PKI-enabled online transaction. It's good to note that the initiator also and the driver of this project in Estonia was the banking sector. In fact, the bank teamed up together to set up a certification authority, and they issued certificates to end users. And this same certificate is used both for private sector transaction as well as public sector transaction. In fact, this was deployed back, I believe, in 2000, and up to now, they have already set up more than 1,000 e-services, which are PKI enabled. And the last point that was mentioned by the resource person also previously is that these digital certificates normally are issued on the ID card, either on the ID card or on the PKI-enabled mobile phone SIM cards. So this is a reality that is happening in Estonia, and the population in Estonia is 1.3 million. I think we don't have to reinvent the wheel on this one. We try to leapfrog, to benchmark, to adopt the best practices in terms of deployment of PKI. So this being said, back to the collaborative platform, I think one first important step would be the creation of a working group to ensure, to look into the problems of implementing PKI in Mauritius. What I have been talking up to now is the segment pertaining between the customer and the bank, but then all the segments in the banking sector should be PKI enabled if we want to go in that direction. And for this, there need to be a careful action plan with phased implementation milestones deployed. In terms of mobile banking segment, with regard to ICT cybersecurity, I think this was mentioned also previously. The Bank of Mauritius, in collaboration with the ICT, we came up with operational guidelines on the mobile banking for banks. This was back in February 2013, and this was updated in June 2014. Now, the basic security measures in terms of mobile banking, it's good to remind about that. It's about security of the client application, authentication of the device, two-factor authentication through the PIN, and also encryption of data transmitted over the air. In this particular segment, I believe that it's a bigger challenge to implement security measures, because when it comes to the mobile world, enforcing security from the front end is a big challenge. Therefore, it's an even bigger challenge for the bank to resolve this problem, because they will have to implement further measures at their back end to ensure that they can detect fraudulent activity in a proactive manner. In this particular segment also, the issue of non-repudiation will not be solved through the use of user IDs and passwords. Here again, PKI can be of a tremendous help. So just to conclude, some further suggestion in terms of the collaborative platform. I think the agenda should be the coming up of harmonized recommendation for cybersecurity components. Recommendation should include best practices, and I would venture to go one step further. I think there will be a need to implement a formal cybersecurity auditing mechanism. This will be a win-win situation for the bank, for the regulator, for the end users, because this will be an enforcement mechanism to ensure that the objectives set in terms of having a safe, secure, efficient, and robust, sound payment system becomes a reality. So with these few words, let me thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Mrs. Madoub had to leave, as you said, so I don't know who should take the questions on data protection, but we will see how it goes. To kind of follow up on this whole issue of what payments should look like and how they should be protected and like, I don't know if you have any comments here, Mr. Takor.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me for this, to share my views here. I think the fact that we are here sitting 1, 2, 3, 4 regulators on a panel, this is and should be actually the way forward with regards to the way we are going to ensure that the regulatory landscape and the regulatory framework of all the future payments are going to be. So we mentioned one case where we have collaborated with the ICTA for bringing up the regulations for the mobile payments, and actually even that we saw after issuing the regulation a year after it was not enough. We had to amend, and that's actually the purpose of guidelines, so that we can amend and bring more value and to make them more business friendly without stifling the innovation. So at a point in time we start, and then we are the business unfolds, we try to see what are there to correct and to make sure that we move together with the industry and with what the way future payments will be.
Celine, do you have any comments on this?
Maybe I'll go for my presentation, and
you have a presentation?
I have a presentation,
okay.
and I'll cover.
I was not informed, but please go ahead maybe and make the presentation then.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, thank you everyone, and I'm from the Financial Services Commission, and we've been talking a lot about banks and technology this morning. And the financial services landscape in Mauritius is divided into two main segments, the banking and the non-banking sector. The banking being regulated by the Bank of Mauritius, and the non-banking segment by the Financial Services Commission. As a matter of fact, the non-banking will include the traditional part, the insurance, the securities, the pension, and then a little bit more less of a traditional, meaning the payment intermediary services that we license. So just to put you into the picture and how the Financial Services Commission is relevant to this debate, is that from our mandate itself, in our law itself, we have this mandate of ensuring the orderly administration of the financial services and the global business sector. The last panelist was from ABAX, and he had this passionate intervention about how global business and innovation and Africa is moving together. So it's really happening, and it is where the FSC has an important role to play. So for that, we have also a developmental role, and we have a stability, the role to ensure financial stability together with the Bank of Mauritius. All this to say that we take our role seriously, and this is where in our Section 14, under our Section 14 under the Financial Services Act, we regulate what we call payment intermediary services. We do have a license that cater for this type of activities. So far, we've been licensing some 14 of them, 10 mainly in the global business sector. This is all where it really started because of the geographic situation of Africa. There was not they are not as bank, continent Africa is not as bank as Mauritius here. And they need a way to reach out for people, and this was done through, some of them are licensed in Mauritius to do payment intermediary services. And I think you've seen also through the different case studies proposed by ABAX that those players are non-bank led, actually. So we as regulators for non-banking financial institutions we are very relevant in this sector. So the business model we've been seeing so far are people creating e-wallet, prepaid cards, and as said earlier, mainly non-bank. So we are relevant because we understand that people are not entering into a contractual relationship with bank, but with new players in our market. I'm sorry for that. But in the financial services world, you will see financier. Now we are seeing mobile network operators. And like my colleague from Bank of Mauritius have been saying earlier, this panel is very relevant because this panel is representative of where we want to be later, because those regulators, all of us need to sit together and to figure out how to regulate the different changes happening in the ICT world. So here we are with money being kept in virtual account on non-bank institution servers. Usually regulators are very conservative and they will just freak out when they see that. But it's just that we need to be, to have, like the governor was saying earlier, proportionality in adopting legislation and regulation. So far, yes, we have been deliberately had this laid-back approach, but going forward with the sophistication of the products, we will be coming up with more and more regulations. Not regulation to kill the business, definitely not, but to ensure that security, consumer protection is being ascertained throughout. So maybe some few slides just to tell you how do we license payment intermediary services in Mauritius. As a general rule, we have a preventive approach to licensing at the FSC, meaning that whenever you come in for an application for a license, and for that matter, the payment intermediary license, yes, we are glad to see you in, but we have a process in place in terms of monitoring, in terms of surveillance, in terms of enforcement action, if ever things are not going on properly. We usually adopt international standards in terms of licensing criteria, knowing who you are, your background, who is owning the company, etc., whether you are fit and proper in terms of education, in terms of the experience you are proposing, and whether you are able to do the business properly. In terms of prudential approach also, whether the business you're proposing will be conducted in a fair, transparent, and efficient manner, whether you have a proper infrastructure and adequate security in place, the internal control, and the AML-CFT standards, which is one of the backbone of the financial services regulation. I'll come to that later. So there is a whole lot of requirements that you will need to demonstrate that you are able to do prior to obtaining a license with a commission. The tricky part with the payment intermediary services license is that it's a non-financial professional wanting to do financial business. So here you are, you have the tool, you have the technology, you have the know-how, and you want to use this channel to provide an access to financial services, which is highly laudable. But we have rules in there, and you need to demonstrate certain things before a license is issued. So coming back to the anti-money laundering framework, again, you know your business, you need to be able to define the risk, you need to be able to quantify this and to demonstrate to us as regulators that you are able to manage it properly. Because each type of licenses that we issue have different risks, and for that matter, you will know better than us, and we have you will need to provide certain documentation, and later on, as you will see, we come on site and we start to verify and to monitor how you are doing it. So it's two-tiered, on-site and off-site. Off-site will be at the commission itself, assessing the different documentation that you submit to assess your financial soundness, the AML-CFT framework and the governance in place. And on-site also in terms of a risk base, how the business is conducted, what are the measures being put in place, for instance, to accept client, etc. So you have a theoretical part at the licensing stage, and then from the monitoring side, we will come on site and look whether this is really happening. So it was really a quick background of how we do things at the Commission in terms of licensing, mainly because this is very generic in terms of licensing procedure. But as regulators, we are keeping ourselves up to date of mobile financing, as we call it. We've been talking, like I said earlier, a lot of e-banking or mobile banking, but we are seeing a lot of mobile financing. That's the way we call it, in terms of mobile phone as a device and giving access to financial services. Later, maybe I have a slide on financial stability, which includes what we were talking about earlier, financial inclusion, because of the outreach of mobile phones, because of the characteristics of ubiquity and convenience and speed and security that the device offers, and most of all, I think that's of interest for customer, the cost that is very low. So, like I also mentioned, is for us, regulators of financial services, seeing new players coming in our world, and this being network operators. We welcome you guys, but there are rules in this field, and it's not complicated, it's just to go by the rules. And with the increased number of users, we just can't do without. We are very aware that this is going to happen, but as regulators, we need to have an appropriate framework in place. So for all regulators, for the Bank of Mauritius or for the Financial Services Commission, the financial stability is key. When we talk about financial stability at the FSC, we like to talk about the trinity of financial stability, meaning the financial inclusion. This can be achieved through mobile financing. Financial capability, this too is achieved through mobile financing. In terms also of consumer protection, that you have consumers, they must understand the services being offered to them. They must understand the risk in using those services. Those risks need to be disclosed appropriately to them. And like the Data Protection Office was talking about, there is the customer also need to have its information protected and kept in a confidential way. So just to conclude, is for us regulators of financial services, we understand technological advancement, but we also understand that there are regulatory challenges to it. As regulators of financial services, we need to understand the business, which is originally not our field of expertise. We need to, let's say, talk to the ICTA. We need to talk to operators to understand the business, to understand the operational risk attached to it, to understand the finance, and new operators of the ICT to understand the financial services risk when you are doing this type of business. We've talked about it earlier. Collaboration across sectors, ICA, BOM, FSC, data protection. So all regulators will need to stick together so that to ease business for you operators, so that all of us is talking the same language and going in the same direction. And at the end of the day, yes, business is good, and it's the responsibility, we think that it's the responsibility of mobile financial institution to manage the risk, and we as regulators will monitor you monitoring those risks. Don't worry. Thank you for your attention.
So leaning on the regulatory frameworks, I believe that's something that you are deeply involved in. Could you give us a little update on that, maybe?
Yeah, thank you. I think since this morning, we've been discussing and focusing on digital banking. And we have insight that digital banking is about going out of the traditional bank, which may be reached through mobile phones and all the associated services. But there is one important aspect of the digital banking which perhaps has not been mentioned, but it's already taking place elsewhere. It's about the provision of some of the services, not necessarily through the mobile operators, but going out through the social networks. I mean, whether you are on Facebook or Google, today, and typically it makes sense that if the market is where the people are. So if you take at any point in time the number of people who are together at a point in time in Facebook or Google or other social networks, this is where you've got lots of advertisement being made, and therefore the market is bubbling there. People where they are, the customers, they need to access services from where they are instead of getting out of that environment and then to choose whether I need an insurance service, I need a banking service, etc. And more we see that even in Europe, lots of form of digital banking is being provided straight away by the business people. Governor this morning mentioned about the airline service. If we take a case study of BA.com, which quite some time actually eliminated agents who sell tickets, and straight away everything is done centrally through their website. And several supermarket chains now providing fidelity bonuses to their customers, and they turn out into one-stop shop for doing lots of things. So if you take that broader aspect of digital banking and payment, we see that the whole concept of our traditional brick and mortar banks is blown away, and we start seeing layers and layers of service providers. I believe that with regards to digital banking, and especially the focus in the future, this is the way everything is now will now be transformed in terms of a product, and that product and the service could be provided anywhere from any person, whether that person could be physically a bank, or it could be a mobile operator, it could be any service provider of any range. And in that global context, we see that a bit regulation, it becomes a headache. We will not be able to stop the way the society is moving with regards to our current laws. Okay, we cannot say that, okay, if my current banking act mentions that this and this person need to do banking, so if you are out, you can't do it. Can't stop. That's a people push. People are wanting it, services are becoming more accessible, and customers are becoming more and more information aware. They know the difference between the product of the cost of a service and the real cost behind it. So they will choose around. We have seen in the recent years more and more people switching banks, which traditionally used to be something of an attachment. You were with the bank and you stay. So in that context, I'll therefore highlight a few issues with regards to the regulatory framework. Not what we currently have, everybody is aware of what we currently have, but what we think we should think about in future, so that this is the way we will try to think about our regulatory aspect. And there are perhaps a lot of them, but I'd just like to highlight four of them. One of them being the aspect of agents and agent banking. And this point was actually started by Governor Binnick this morning, where we say that if you look at the other aspect of digitalized banking, where you've got some agent trying to put some service, and we see that currently in our current model, that agent is tied to the main service provider. And the idea would be that if ever this model grows, at a point in time, we'll have a saturation of agents just trying to sell the occupying space, and everyone having their own process and services just to give service to one of the main bank or one of the main service providers. And one of the first things which we could achieve in the short run is to amend the legislation so that the agents could be licensed as general purpose agents, so that they can provide the service and give multiple service to any of them. This is going to create a lot of competition and will be a boost to the progress of digital banking. The second point that we'd like to highlight, and Mr. Roy of Emtel did touch on it, that since the time we issued the guideline on mobile banking, it's already not, I would say, enough. We need to do more. One aspect in our guideline for mobile banking is about licensing of e-money. And currently, with regards to MNOs who provide payments through the mobile, there is the concept of trust account which comes in. And that trust account, with regards to all the definitions and the rules that we have put around, it is some point of money which is fixed and blocked in the bank, and therefore there are specific rules and regulations with regards to that. Already we see that this approach of the trust account is something which is adapted from our existing banking law, and we will not be able in future to continue looking into the new innovative world with regards to what we have in our call it banking or traditional kit. We need to go out and think a bit more innovatively, and this area must be improved. So I think that the second point with regards to regulation, we have to think, especially if we want to accommodate more innovative products in the market, is not to license them as banking adapted, but rather to license them as alternative banking. One important aspect with regards to regulation which will impact in future in the competitive world will be the level playing field. So I think the first time when we issued the guideline on mobile banking, we did have a few queries from banks themselves saying that The way it is written, it is already problematic, because banks are subject to a lot of rigid, a lot of already established rules, and you are providing some sort of payment from other operators who perhaps are already not paying those type of license fees as banks do, yet they are able to make a payment. I think this also is currently what is the regulatory framework in many countries where we've got mobile payments. But I think that if you look future, there is a need to review it. Perhaps not from agent, because currently we have this tendency to look into physical bodies. So this is a bank, this is a mobile operator, but perhaps we need to cut across and see in terms of service. If we are thinking about a payment service, whether it is a person-to-payment person, that service, whether it is carried out through any device, through any service provider, whether it's a bank, they all need to have the same type of regulation, restriction, and rules that apply to them. And a bit related to that, perhaps the last point, is we need in future to make sure that we don't carry out what we call a regulatory arbitrage. Okay, every service provider and every form of service that come into the broader world of digital banking and payments need to be viewed and treated in the same way, and that will require a lot of cooperation. Even our silo type of regulatory bodies, perhaps a simple roundtable or regulation, I would say consultation, might not be enough. This is the way we have to start, but there is a need to rethink the future with another mind, and not with what we have and how I enable. We need not be adapting constantly. We just need to have a fresher view of the way we want to do this.
Thank you very much. I think what I hear here is that it's not only the collaboration with the banks that's important, it's also the collaboration inside the government. There's also the collaboration and the training and education of the private citizen. That was the data protection officer that touched upon that. So there's a big learning to be had across the board. But I think it very much helps to know that there are other countries where they sat down and actually did this thing in a real-time economy. And that doesn't mean that everyone is fully updated and everyone fully understands all the time what's going on. But I think it is no longer it's sort of say the consumer is the king in that sense, that the end user of this must have trust and confidence that you have done the work in the background to make life so easy that they will use it, because that will drive the sort of say the economy to the next level. I don't know, are there any questions for the panelists here? And before we get up there will be a little raffle afterwards. Yeah. Just, is there any questions? There's a question just over here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is quite specific to all the regulatory bodies present today. We've discussed at length customer authentication, customer integrity, and customer protection. I'm particularly interested in the opinion or the position of the regulatory bodies on the use of technology to improve customer authentication, and specifically I'm talking about voice biometrics in terms of improving the customer authentication on both sides, both the operator and the customer, and voice biometrics serving the ultimate form of customer protection.
Yes, I adhere to this idea also, but then we should not lose sight of the final objective. Final objective is to percolate whatever measures we implement in a user-friendly manner to the end user, the customer. So whether it is the use of biometrics, whether it is the use of user IDs, password, whether it is the use of PKI, this should be done in a transparent and user-friendly manner. So yes, biometrics can be coupled with the use of PKI as a second factor authentication method. But at the end of the day, we need to adopt the bigger framework where the roadmap, the milestones are already defined. I believe this is the way forward.
I'd just like to add that with regards to us as regulators, we do try to think about new means through which the transactions and the customer authentication could be made more secure than it's already, but also less hectic. But there is the midway. Customers need to understand that there is a bit of a price of inconvenience to be paid for a transaction to be really secured, and at the same time to make sure that the customer experience is, I would say, less disruptive. Yet we have thought about the future, and in one of the projects that the Bank of Mauritius is launching, which is going to be the national payment switch, and it's going to be one big payment hub that is going to, I would say, reintegrate in a new way all the way currently we do payments, interoperability across platforms and across players. We have added, but that is going to be quite experimental at the beginning, that a second form of second factor authentication is carried out with our new national ID card, which is already biometric. So we are thinking, and of course we will only come to impose such type of authentication when we are ourselves fully convinced of the usage and practicality.
For us, in terms of our mandate, it's merely we are geared towards consumer protection. So at the end of the day, the operator offering the service will choose the optimal and which is best for him. But we are concerned mainly with the consumer protection. If whatever is being proposed at the end of the day need to meet this objective, and the authentication and verification process being proposed, if it meets this objective, we are okay. But then I can understand the convenience of it. Then it will be up to the operators to decide.
Any further questions here? With that, I think I'll give a big hand to the panelists, and we will move on to the next session after a short wrap-up. Thank you very much. What we have today is a brand new product launched by Emtel, and it's called a wingle. Any guesses what that means? Has anyone heard of a dongle? Has anyone heard of Wi-Fi? Now you have a 3G dongle that's put together with Wi-Fi. That's called a wingle. So you will be able via the dongle to have multiple users using their SIM card, of course, out of this wingle, so that you have a multiple user Wi-Fi dongle. That's basically what it is. So are we running a number game that you have on your badge, I assume? Do we have numbers on the badges today? Good. Do we have the people who run that? And we all know the system, that what it should not do for those who were on the first session. So can we have the first one? First winner would be number 441. Anyone with 441? First, second, third. No one with 441. Next. Four, two, three. No one, 423. Okay. The process of 5. No one with that. Next. 336. There's a winner. So, prizes will be collected afterwards. You get to shake hands and sing and all these kind of things at the end. So that was one. Next. .307. Anyone with 307? No one with 307. We move to the next. Yes, there's a winner here. Prizes will be collected afterwards, but next. 432. Didn't we just have that one? 432. No, we didn't. There's a 432 winner here in the corner. Fantastic. Next. 338. Anyone on 338? No one on 338. Next. .280. Seems like a bingo hall, doesn't it? Yeah. 280. No one. Next. Over here. Next. .373. Getting excited now, huh? 373. No one. Next. 443. There's a winner over here, 443. Fantastic. So just to keep the suspense, the next 5 winners will be announced after the last session, okay? So there's more to come. With that, can we please move on to the next session, which is creating exceptional customer experience. That's the one, yeah. Okay. Could I ask Mr. Ramdeen, Deputy Accountant General, to come up here on stage?
Okay, my intervention today is going to be digital and electronic payments and how much that has penetrated in the government. I'm the Deputy Accountant General at the Treasury, and I don't know how many of you have heard about the Treasury Department. It is a sort of back office quiet department within the government that ensures that the government is always liquid, in a sense that it has got always money in the bank account to effect all its payments. And of course, the Treasury is headed by the Accountant General. And what is the primary role of the Accountant General in terms of payments? Here we're going to see the next slide. So you will see that the responsibility for the receipts and payment systems in the government rests on the Accountant General. And when we talk about receipts and payment systems, it's not the question of receipts in isolation. It is the whole system throughout which there is the collection, ensuring that it is correctly banked, ensuring that we get the proper information for its accounting, and finally the reconciliation. And actually, whenever there's any computerization project which concerns revenue or expenditure, it is always the Treasury, which is part of the Ministry of Finance, that has to lead the game. Now, what is digital and electronic payment? I took it from the Investopedia. Okay? It is any means of payment that exists purely in electronic form. It is not tangible money. It is accounted for and transferred using computers. Digital money is exchanged using technologies such as smartphones, credit cards, and the internet. And my presentation today is going to be a two-pronged approach in terms of how much of digitalization in the payment process the government has for its own payments, and what has been recently put in place to receive payments from our citizens. Okay? The first part, here we make use of the treasury accounting system. It is a system which Bo was referring to, in a sense that it gives you a sense of real-time accounting, real-time information about where we are in terms of budgetary provisions and expenditures, and the different reports that we need to run the government. And also, how the Treasury interacts with the Mauritius automated and clearing settlement system, so that we can effect all the payments of the government as far as possible electronically. And the second part of the presentation will be a bit in respect of the way we collect money from the citizens. How are we leaving this traditional path to ensure that we move to the electronic path? And here we're going to talk about the e-payment system, which is in place since last year, and also a bit the old-fashioned still, which is said that you can use your cards, is the point-of-sale system in the government. Regarding the electronic payments of the government, I'm going to give you sort of process, which is not going to be too detailed, but for you to understand how well we're using those computer networks, the cards, to effect the payments in the government. You will see on the, here it is the right-hand side, left-hand side, but there it's the same, I suppose, yep. The departments, the ministerial departments that there is in the government, they all buy the services, buy goods and services to run the government. Of course, when you buy the goods and services from, of course, the private sector, we need to effect the payments. And so what happens is these ministerial departments, they are connected into a big system, a centralized system, which is called the treasury accounting system, which is, of course, developed by the Treasury, and it is the onus of the Treasury to ensure that it's running correctly. And of course, they have to input all the payments in the treasury accounting system. Then what the Treasury does is, on a daily basis, we need to run the system and take out the high-level reports, and then we become a bit like a bank. In fact, we are giving the status of a bank, the government bank, within the banking system. And here what we do is we interact with the banking system, the Mauritius automated clearing settlement system, and we use this system to effect all the payments electronically. I recall earlier on when the governor of the central bank was talking about is there are lots of checks still being issued by the government. Yes, it's true. But slowly it's dying. When we started with the system some years, about a decade back, everything was traditionally cash-based and check-based. But today we move in the ratio about 70% we're pushing digitally. So there is a 30% that's still left, and we'll take care of in the future slowly, as the world of digital will move forward as well. And here what we do is the Treasury takes the role of a bank. So we use the max transfer to effect all the payments of the government. So we access the system, we do the relevant inputs. Of course, on the left-hand side of the Treasury, it is the government system. And on the right-hand side, this is the settlement system, which is in place, which was put by the Bank of Mauritius. And for this system, of course, we automatically transfer money from our bank account, which is at the central bank, the Bank of Mauritius, to all the commercial banks. Of course, this looks very easy. But behind this, there are lots of processes going on because the commercial banks, when they get their money electronically, they need to know exactly whose account they have to debit. And all this information flows electronically from the government to the banks as well. Okay? So this is a bit the electronic payments which the government effects on its part to effect the payments to the citizens of the country. On the collection side, what we have recently put in place, we have put we call it an e-payment system. Well, it's a payment system whereby it is done electronically by the customers. If I may just move back over here, why is 70%, like I said, electronically, is again, the reason why we can't put everything 100% electronically the payments is precisely because many of our customers, they're still scared to give us the bank account number. So it is very important that somewhere we move towards the channel what Bo was talking earlier on. Why people are scared of giving their bank account number? If the bank account number was given to us, those transactions would have been less costly. And with less cost, the government gets more efficient. So basically, there's a question of involvement of the public as well to ensure the government was efficient. And here as well, the good thing with, or I would say the thing that people were scared of, the treasury accounting system is a system that provides lots of information to the other agencies as well in terms of taxation purposes, to whom we have paid, how much we have paid, all these issues. So it is a system which is a bit an underlying system for many other departments and subsystems in the government. Regarding the receipts from the customers, we have put in place a system which is working since last year. It took us about 2 years to develop, and it's working. Here, of course, the government, what it does, I'll take a very simple example. How many of you have got estate land on lease here? You're all rich people, then you don't need to have estate land on lease. Yes? Nobody? Okay. Now, how many of you have paid parking fines? Yes. Okay, you know the hassle of paying a parking fine, yep. Okay. Now, do you know that you can pay your parking fine electronically? Yes. In fact, I will go again what Bo has stated earlier on. You start early, you mature, and then you move gradually. Yes, I think this is a lesson we have put in practice in the government. Why in the government we are more conservative on the private sector? Because when there are hiccups in the private sector, nobody knows about it. Agree? But when there is the slightest hiccup, even it's minute compared to the private sector, and everybody knows about it. So that's a good thing of being working in the government, because everybody manages your business very closely. So you say, so we have to be extremely careful over here. Okay? So what we have done over here is precisely, suppose you get a parking fine, it is a bit of a notice of payment, yes or no? They fix it on the windscreen, and once you get it, okay, you can effect the payment using your credit card. Okay? So this is the notice of payment. Here it is manual. The notice given to you manually. I take another example. Many of you in the business, yes? So you pay your annual registration fee to the registrar of companies. Yep. Now, do you know even this is available for you to pay online? Now, how you'll get notice there? Again, there you'll get an electronic or e-invoicing, like Bo was stating earlier on. And we're moving in the direction so that next year you'll be electronically given your invoice to effect the payment. In fact, you know your payment. It is a fixed amount anyway. So here you'll be again logging on the website of the registrar of companies. You choose a parameters, you choose what you need to effect the payment, and from there onwards you can effect the payment using your credit card. Yes, once the notice of payment goes to the public, the public can log in to the government website, okay, and through a process, this is what we call the e-payment or the payment gateway, and from there puts in the required information. Now, it's very simple. When you are effecting the payment at, for example, in a supermarket, or you are buying a good online on eBay, you don't have to input much information. Yes or no? You just choose the good you want to buy, you put in the card, the total is given to you, and that's it. On the other side of it, the company will see how it's going to manage its stocks, how the information will flow to the accounting department, how the information will flow to the marketing department. Everything is on the other side. Now, we in the government, everything is on our side. For you, on your side, you don't have much. But we need to know you have paid the parking fine, who has paid the parking fine, so that you're not sued tomorrow for not paying the parking fine. So these are the information which our customers will need to, in a way, fill into the system so that we can get the appropriate information for the right ministry department to take the corrective action. Okay? And of course, when you're paying by card, somewhere we've got a bank behind us who's working with us, the service provider. And through them, what happens is, once you go through the payment gateway, once you want to effect the payment, you say yes, you want to effect the payment, you have included all the details, all the information. Once you press yes, your details are not kept by the government. You are automatically sent on the platform of the bank, which has got all the securities and everything. This is where you are going to input the details of your card. So it is SSL and 3D secured as well. Okay? There, you put the details of your card, and you effect the payment. That's it. We get the information back. The treasury will get the money. It will get the information to do its reconciliation. There's a reconciliation of transactions, the reconciliation of the money, and the appropriate ministry and departments, they get information so that they can take the decisions based on that report. So this is a new system that has come in as from last year. And what are the services which you can pay online? The government, you can pay their driving test. Now, how many of you hasn't got a driving license here? All of you? Okay, so when you will be applying your driving test, well, you can effect the payment online. Okay? You can pay for the police services request. Suppose you get a wedding tomorrow and you want to take the service of the police here, you can effect the payment online. Okay? If you have got a state line on lease, you can effect the payment online. The parcel identification number. How many of you is buying land since the last few months? Anybody who purchased a plot of land in Mauritius in the last few months? Nobody? We're all poor people over here, I can say. Eh? That's why you're here. Anyway, the good thing about this is when the population is poor, the government is poorer. Because we rely on you anyway to survive. Okay, so that's a parcel identification number, which when you are buying a plot of land now in Mauritius, you are required to pay. This you can pay as well online. You can pay your parking fees. As for the rest, it is the Registrar of General's purview, your annual registration fees, the search fees, the name of reservations of a company, incorporation of a company fees, and the individual business license. Okay? So these are the services which can effect payment online. Now, to make a service become, a payment become online, what does it entail? It means that you should be coming to the counter of a department for any purpose. Now, suppose we take the example of the National Transport Authority. You pay your road tax, yes or no? Now, to pay your road tax, you need to produce your documents at the counter. Okay? Now, it's not well there we'll say, okay, very good, you have produced the documents, nice, everything is good. Can you go back home and pay online now? How many will accept it? You would like to effect the payment straight away, yes or no? So basically, to make I would say, a service become online, we need to find mechanisms whereby all the controls and verifications as well can be made online. This is again what I suppose Bo was hinting earlier on, to move towards the digitalization of payments in the government. Okay, for the last 5 services, you will see all the payments are made through the website of the registrar of companies. It is from there you start the process of payment, but of course it channels through the payment gateway, and from there it goes to the bank. Ultimately, in the government there are certain underlying principles which we need to follow. One of the underlying principles is, in fact, you've got standards for the financial management in countries. You've got A-rated standards, B-rated standards, C-rated standards as well. What we do in Mauritius is we are A-rated standards, in the sense that we need to have a treasury single account. So what we do is we ensure there's no proliferation of bank accounts, because it's very difficult to manage. All the receipts of the government has to go into one central bank account. Okay? And how many of you has got 20 bank accounts to manage? However rich you are, have you got 20 bank accounts to manage your finance? No. So in the same way, the government minimizes bank accounts, and it ensures that all the receipts flows into one single bank account. But from there onwards, we need to ensure that each department's transactions, which people have said they have effected the payment, actually has gone into the bank account. It's only then we can provide the services. The other one is the point of sale, which has been here for some while now. It is exactly like when you're in a supermarket, you want to effect the payment. There's no cash, but you pay with a card. So I'm sure everybody has gone to the supermarket here at least. I can see any hands raised. How many of you have never been to a supermarket? So you've all been to the supermarket, yes? So no need for me to go through it. So to date, we have got 18 agencies who have already got point of sales at the counter. Talking about this now, let's talk a bit the bigger side of the electronic payments. What is the impact of electronic payments? Why are we so much of the electronic payments? Why are we moving so much in the digital economy, the digital payments? There should be some value. It's not value just for creating applications or whatever it is for software engineers, but this is a survey that was conducted from 2008 to 2012 in the US, okay, by Moody's. How many of you have heard about Moody's? At least some hands being raised. It's good reading because it's very important for your careers as well. Anyway, you will see over here, a study by Moody's Analytics showed that government adoption of e-payments has contributed $983 billion. Why? It is precisely, there are lots of advantages coming with e-payments. Yes or no? What are the advantages? You pay with your plastic money and you pay with cash. From the government perspective, when we don't receive cash, everything is paid online. It is the cost of doing business that goes down. And with cost of doing business that goes down, the government will have more cash to put in place where it's more needed. Agreed? Okay, so basically, paying by cash is a bit wasting your tax money as well. Okay? Now, what's the impact of 983 billion savings? If you go to the third bullet point, one way to measure this positive effect is that 980 billion increase in GDP cumulatively is equivalent to 1.9 million jobs created worldwide. Okay? An advantage to shift to electronic payments, what's the positive effect? It increases your economic growth. Well, everybody who has got business in Mauritius, they're all geared towards the future economic growth, because this will dictate, in part, the success of your individual business. Agree? Well, are you all IT people or business people? Because if you're in business, you should know what I'm talking about. That's very important. Okay? And what is very important? It makes the citizens becomes the mainstream. We were talking earlier about financial inclusion. This is one way we're going to make it happen. Okay? And also, the study found that electronic payments contributed to emerging markets 0.8% in the GDP. Do you think it's very important for our GDP to go up, yes or no? Yes. If tomorrow, every day we've been, not every day, but we've been always hearing about it, we want to push our country to make it from the upper tier middle income to a high income country, yes or no? What does it mean making a country high income country? Mr. The poor man, he was saying he was poor. You know what I'm talking about, yes? That's sad. That precisely because you're poor, I'm sure you're a happy person because you're smiling. So it's okay. Okay, but all those want to become rich. It's very important to work hard to make the economic growth of the country go higher and higher. Okay? What are the benefits of digital payments? Recently, there was a study carried out by the World Bank together with Belinda Gates Foundation. These are listed over there. It lowers the cost of disbursing and receiving payments. It increases individuals' risk management capacity. It increases the privacy of payments, control over funds. We know that when you're effecting payment using your card or electronically, it is going to go directly in the government bank account. There's no way it's going to go out of it. Because the systems, the way it has been configured, the payment gateway talks to the API of a bank, and the bank knows exactly where the money will flow in. So it is in the interest of everybody to ensure that all the payments made to the government slowly moves towards this channel. Okay, there's also security of payments, transparency of payments, and very important, the last one, it speeds the payments and provides a first entry point in the formal financial system. And I'm sure you all know what's the meaning of a formal financial system. If you compare ourselves to developed countries, why precisely countries which you talk are developed? It is because they have got a formal economy. Whenever you see informal economies moving at par with formal economies, it means you're losing out. So it's very, very important when you are doing the digital payments, you are moving in the mainstream of the formal economy. Now, listening to all this, what do you think about digital payments? I'm not a data protection officer. I'm not into this business. We are management in the government. So this is what we see. The rest, the IT guys, the other people will make it happen as a support service to us. Now, you, after listening to this, do you think there's a future for digital payments? If you're convinced, you have to say it loudly. Great. So there you are. So you all think that it's very important to move in the digital payments. So there's a future for the electronic payments. So should we accelerate it? Now, how many of you will now, from now on, will go in the platform of the government, look at how payments are being made online? So just ensure that it's done as well. Yes, please? Pardon? The poor one, you'll get benefits, don't worry. No, you will get the benefits out of it as well. The savings will help us to give more social benefits. Okay? Now, what's the future? Yes, we are carving out slowly and gradually. We have got the e-work permit that's coming. It's going to be launched next week. Okay? And here, when somebody is applying for their work permit, electronically, they can effect the payment as well without coming physically to the government department. So this is what we mean, a digital payment. It means that you should be able to dispense the presence of the person to the counter of the government. There is the Mauritius e-registry project, whereby I'm sure you have heard about the digitalization of the deeds. Yes? Even here, the possibility for them coming together to effect their payments online. The registrar of companies, there are more services coming online. The single window, the Ministry of Finance has a new trade facilitation system through which you can effect your payment online. Okay? This for the new service that's coming to come online. And of course, there's mobile payments as well. We have been exploring for some time now. Hopefully, we are going to come to a conclusion maybe in 2 to 3 months' time about how we are going to make use of the payments using the mobile devices. And how many are from the government here? No? Very poor with the government. You see, they can't even send the people over here. Anyway, what we are doing is we're ensuring that the departments, they analyze the systems, how far they can ensure that they don't make customers come to the counter. So we can dispense of that bit. Again, that is going to reduce the cost, and so that they can effect the payments if there's a need for it online. So to make that happen, of course, you know, for the government, the services it offers, there are lots of control coming in. Okay, now you say, why lots of control? In the Nordic countries, why there's less of control? Bo shouldn't be answering this question because he already knows about it. But we are from the southern hemisphere. Why do you think in the Nordic countries, the controls, they can rely a lot on digital devices and payments and systems? And why we are still thinking a bit hard before going in there? No? And do you know that in the Nordic countries, the rate of tax is very high? If you go to Norway, it's about 72%. So 72% of your income goes in tax payments. And they are very happy people. And the good thing is, because they pay 72% tax, there's no poor people there. You see it. So we need to pay some more taxes to make sure that we alleviate the problems of our poor people as well. It is integrity. That's very, very important. Where there's integrity, there's adoption of digitalization, of digital services. Therefore, it's very important somewhere when we talk about electronic payments and we're talking about digital payments, digital services. In fact, the rate of adoption will be dictated partly by our integrity as well. So, based on this, I would like to end my presentation. Of course, I would like to thank you for listening a bit what the government is doing in the field of digital payments. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, Emtel and the Ministry of ICT, who have given me the opportunity to be here to share with you the insights of where we are in the government in respect of mobile digital payments. Thank you very much. So, for question time.
Please be seated. And
thank you.
I would like also to introduce Mr. Begun, who is the Deputy CEO and Head of IT at Barclays Bank. And I want to hear your comments on what on the exceptional customer experience, how you create that, and how customers' needs and expectations are shaping the digital payment strategies.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me on this panel here. Pleasure to address you. I'll rather give you more from a banking experience perspective, what we interact with customers. Although heading operations and IT are more in the background, but I'm quite close to what's going on with the customer side as well. If we take a step backward, maybe 20, 25 years back, when we had people, queuing at the bank. Bank were actually opening, I think, at 10 o'clock for customers and closing at 2 o'clock. There was only 4 hours window for banks. That was quite painful. But people accepted that. People like queuing up. I mean, they were okay to queue up and wait. There's no problem about it. But in time, with technology, we've moved ahead. For example, basic one is the ATM. So we had electronic channels, internet banking, mobile banking, all these have been coming as gadgets. So today what customer needs are, they are looking for convenience. They are looking for TAT, turnaround time into their support that they need. They are looking for same-day credit. They are looking for ease of use, simple. They don't want complex environment, lot of bureaucracy, paperwork, and all that. This will really discourage customers. So on one side, banks always had what we call a transactional relationship in the past. You come to a bank, go to a branch, apply for a loan, or you go to a counter, just withdraw money, debit or credit. It was more a transactional relationship. Now we've gone much more than that. Although the channels like mobile, internet, and all these have taken over all the transactional relationship, because I'm sure today up to 90-95 type of transactions you can do on internet banking or mobile banking. Not really in Mauritius, but elsewhere it's possible. But banks have realized that in the process they are actually losing the relationship. So that's why there's a serious need for banks to actually ensure and enhance the relationship with customers, despite we have electronic channels. And we have moved away from basic concept of sales of product to financial advisory. So you as a customer, when you go to a bank, you don't want people just to push products. You want a banker to hear, to listen to your needs first. What do you need? What are your requirements? Everybody's need is not the same. So from a financial advisory perspective, whoever is a relationship manager or customer advisor will sit with a customer and try to understand from where he's starting now and until he retires. Try to understand all his financial requirements and try to shape, which I sometimes call it as a Lego banking. Try to shape the Lego that is suitable for that customer. And then build that Lego for him, in terms of his financial requirement. This is a way we can actually sustain the relationship. Otherwise, if people, get carried away with all the criteria like interest rate and all, customers just switch. And it was mentioned earlier in one of the presentations that long time customers were loyal to the bank, but now people just switch on the basis of interest rate, for example. So by way of financial advisory, we try to maintain that relationship. But on the other hand, they look for convenience, especially the younger generation. They want everything on their hand, on an iPad or on their mobile or internet. That's the channel that eventually will drive. In 5 years' time or 10 years' time, I would say, let's think ahead. Is this banking model that we have today with cashiers sitting sustaining? I don't think so. It will be more like an Emtel shop. You will have digital agents standing there and helping you with iPads. And this is not very far, it's coming. Right? You'll have iATMs, intelligent ATMs, where you just put your money in. You'll have checks and all you can deposit on an ATM. You don't need for it to go for a clearing. In any case, today we are already doing image-based clearing, so paper instrument is slowly disappearing. Right? So I think customer experience is something very key, and this is driving the innovation. Yeah.
No, I can definitely attest to that, what I've seen in other countries as well. It's a huge transformation ongoing in your industry, and you have the strength of already having the customer relationship.
That's right, that's right. And I will not forget what Bill Gates has said. There's no future for banks, but there's future for banking.
Very true.
So it's very serious. Banks are not in a safe zone. And the real competitors are not banks actually. They're the other big boys like Facebook or Google. And actually Facebook has already applied for a banking license. So they are actually disrupting the market.
Yeah. So a 200-year-old business or more, when there was the first banks established, it's now
Yeah, I
having
come
to reinvent.
from Barclays, which is 325 years old.
Yeah.
We deployed the first ATM in UK, first card in UK. But yet, you know, we have to be innovative. We have to be in the forefront. And we're really thinking about that. How do we match the competition, especially not only with bank, but other players coming on the market?
Not only competition, think of disruption.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe you're the one driving the real-time economy. So, any questions for the panelists here? Was that a hand raised over here, or no? It wasn't. Yeah. Everyone is thinking coffee here. Yeah? There is a question here. Yes. Wait for the microphone, please.
In fact, it's more of an observation into digital banking, because I come from one of the banks who was the first in Africa to offer mobile payments, right? And what I've observed in the digital banking so far basically is, one of the loopholes is you have a sender and a receiver, right? But what happens if the payment is intercepted in between? And we don't have any sort of legal framework to address these issues. I think for promoting the digital payment, I think this loophole also needs to be addressed. And I think our friend from Finland maybe can help us in addressing this issue.
Is the question for Bo, or is the question for...
It's not a question for us.
More comment, yeah? Do you have a comment on that one, Bo? Just
Well, I must say that I haven't seen that problem in a credit and debit-based environment happening in the Nordics or in the Baltic states. So I don't have a straight answer for something being picked up in the middle. Obviously, the bank system has to be secure enough that something that is paid, it has to arrive at the other end, and it's the bank's responsibility to see to it, or whoever is in the payment business. So, but I might use this opportunity to comment a few other things here, that obviously the e-banking thing, home banking, has been run back home since 1982 in huge volumes, and there hasn't been even one security breach. We're using a simple one-time password since then. So the whole thing about scaring people with risks and security, which of course vendors of security devices easily do, is not perhaps always productive for the people. And then obviously also the press is trying to make a number out of things that might possibly happen, but nobody's going to lose money there anyway, because it's the banks or payment service providers' responsibility to see to it that that does not happen. And that should be made very clear with this big letters in the press on a daily basis, so that people move to e-banking right away, because that they will have to do anyway sooner or later. I took that a little bit further from the question. Thanks.
It's very right. And yesterday I was discussing with Bo, when was it actually? I think Denmark and Finland were one of the first places to say that all payments from government and salaries, I started with salaries. A year after the independence of Mauritius, it was you could not get salaries in Finland and Denmark without a bank account. So these things been around, and it works. So it's maybe an option for you to go from 70% to 95% is to say no more checks without a bank account.
Yeah, it's true, but the policy as well, it should be buy-in of everybody, I suppose. There are lots of other issues that's coming. For example, some people will say, okay, tomorrow we say, okay, we put the concept of paying digitally to our customers. If we stop paying by checks, okay, again, there'll be criticism why the government stop paying by check. There's a poor people, they need to get a check. Well, you have to cross it over to get the money, that's it. So why is bank account required? So these are the questions that need to be addressed at a higher level. And until the population as a whole, they come to a thinking that no, everybody needs to have a bank account now in this country, of course, then we can move a bit further ahead into the journey of digital payments. Else we'll be stuck, go back and forth until somewhere we realize that we are making mistakes.
I think if I may add to this, I mean, if you really want to kill checks, I think the governor mentioned it earlier about Modi in India opening accounts for everybody, every citizen. Why not give everybody a card? A bank card, a pension card. It could be a top-up card. Every month, just top it up. Let them go to the bank or wherever point of sale they can use it. We're moving into the cashless society now. So yes, we can kill checks. In some countries like Luxembourg, there is no checks. It doesn't exist.
In fact, we're moving towards a sort of without need to issue checks, because there was a point in time after independence most of the people were illiterate. Okay, the education is taking over, and today we would say that all the new pensioners, in fact, we have adopted this policy of ensuring that the benefits will be paid into a bank account. So they need to have the bank account. But all those who they were not required to have a bank account, they still the traditional systems to cater for. But somewhere in the future, yes, that's going to happen.
Any further questions, comments before we move to the last session? Not a big hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next and final session, this knowledge series, here, around the new technology initiatives that drives, I am informed. The new technology initiatives driving innovations in payments and digital banking. We've heard a lot about it during the day. So it's not an easy task for Nicolas Cabouchet, and Mr. Sona, which is the IS director of Mira, and Cabouchet is the manager of mobile financial services from Emtel. Could I ask them to please join me on stage? They are on their way. They will talk about the opportunities and challenges associated with driving a digital payment strategy. And barriers, we just heard a lot of that during the course of the day. What are the barriers of entry? Sometimes maybe it's not politicians that should set these directives, maybe it is the accountant general that says this is the most efficient way of doing it, and then it just happens, because it is of course not popular to make decisions that are a little bit hard on people. So it may not happen over the next 3 months, I think, in this country, but maybe next year. And then, of course, questions on should we rely on security of the mobile phone for banking applications, which is one of the things I will be talking to Nicolas about. But let's start. Do you have a presentation that you want? Okay. If you start with a presentation, Mr. Sona, then go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be amongst you, just to share my experience at MRA, to give you the e-payment, the status of e-payments that we have developed since a very long time, but it has accelerated in the last 5 years or so. To start with, I think most people, I would say majority of people know what's MRA, but if there might be foreign delegates here, Mauritius Revenue Authority is the main collecting agency for taxes, levies, and duties, and we collect it and give it to the treasury, and he has already given you a presentation. So for me, my presentation would be one small box that he had as department that is collecting the revenue for Mauritius. And last year, we collected 61 billion rupees, of which the 70% came by electronic. So just to give you the paradox of, let's say you were 50 years ago and you had to collect that much money in cash, how many cashiers you would need, how many people and costs that would be incurred just to collect that money. So it would have been impossible per se. So electronic payment has to go further. The more developed we get, the higher income we get, the more electronic we should get. And our journey to have the e-payment didn't start just like that. In 2008 and 9, we built our core service, which is a tax integrated solution under SAP. The next leg was to add the e-services. You have heard of that, where a login password, you would have your return filled. And that's what we had then. But slowly, like we said, we need an integrated system where you cannot just e-file your taxes, but you would have to pay also or get a refund. So in our case, we started 2011, we have direct debit. I will mention a few other payments mode. And then I will describe a very high level architecture of how we have done it. But in brief, these are the three topics that I will talk about: the e-payment modes, e-payment architecture, and the way forward where we feel that we could go further, but we don't have the infrastructure or the facility. Besides cash and check, we have internet banking. We cannot say that we introduced internet banking. It's the banks that introduced it, but we capitalize on it. However, that involved changes that had to be made to their system to accommodate MRA as one of the payees. And then we had direct debit. Direct debit, I will elaborate later. And then EDI, most people heard of the electronic data interchange. This became very popular in the 1990s. And through Mauritius Network Services, they became our broker, if you can say, of connecting the public to us. Besides, they do other services, but for us, they would collect the money for us. And they did it on the electronic platform. That's where most of the money is done electronically. This is an old technology, efficient technology, cost-effective, and does pretty well. And then we have ATM, and this is one of the technology which has not taken off. I think it's not too popular among the public. Mobile payment, however, this is taking off quite well. We just introduced in 2013. And then the credit card payment is 2014. So we have added in our portfolio different modes of payment to facilitate the taxpayer so that he or she doesn't come to MRA. And then for the outgoing payment, like when you have a refund, for example, if you give it a bank account, then the money would go to the bank account, and still you won't have to get a check and then going to the bank to deposit the check. So there's quite a facility there. So when we talk about e-services or e-filing, we have heard that we have reached a 92% of the population, or taxpayers rather, who have done the e-filing. But when we look at the e-payment, we don't have the same percentage. And I'm sure the reason is we are a little bit more careful with our money. Like the matter of trust came before, the integrity also came in. And I understand from a taxpayer point of view, there is some skeptic of giving bank information to any party for that matter, not necessarily MRA. Because when you say deposit an amount, you're not too sure whether there is a deposit or when, how, you lose track. And like when you get a check, for example, in the mail, you know you got it, there's a notification. But slowly in our system, we are giving this notification to SMS. We already have an SMS gateway also. This is just an example of usually when you file your, it's hard to see, doesn't matter. Yeah, when you file your income tax,
you end up either with a refund or a payment, very rarely with a zero, but that's our objective, to be on the zero side, meaning after all the deduction, so that we don't have to issue a check, nor does the taxpayer has to pay. That's the objective, ideal. However, there's always some adjustment to make. So in this particular case, the 9,500 is the due amount. So the options are given there. For the check or cash, ATM, direct debit, internet banking, and credit card. This is on the return itself. And once you submit the return, the data is collected at the MOA, and if there's an amount due, it will give you those two options, because these are the only two options where certain amount of information, or two modes where you need to take more action. For example, if you are doing direct debit, it's a pre-arranged, like I will explain later. And internet banking, you will go out of MOA site or e-filing to do your internet banking, and you don't really have to come back to the MOA website. So these two are the ones, mobile and the credit card. So if you pick the option that you need, credit card if you're using credit card, or the mobile payment if you have pre-registered for that service. And then when you say pay, you get a notification that your taxes have been paid. You have received the money, and then you don't really have to come to the MOA side. This is the next slide. This is, I think, for IT people, give a very, not only IT, but I think very high level. I think most people understand this now. So it's a very high level. It looks very, very simple. This pointer, can you see? No, it's very hard to see. So on the very top left, the person is right here. It will make the e-filing, whether from his iPad or PC. The request will come, I'm talking about just the e-payment. Will come to our server, which is the e-services. I put it in one block, but it's more complicated than that. But let's just say it's one process for the e-services. And then when somebody makes a request, whether it's a mobile or credit card, it will either go for the credit card or for the mobile once at the screen that I just had before. If it's a mobile, it goes to the telecom operator. They take over. There they send an SMS to the person for that amount, revert back to the server. This one, the telecom operator, will send the payment request now, instruction if I say more precisely, to the bank. The bank acknowledges it, comes back all the way to MOA, saying that it's done. At the same time, the payer will get an acknowledgement. At the same time, also MOA will send an acknowledgement. So he's getting an acknowledgement. He sends something at the mobile device, and at the same time from us, where the payee is. On the other hand, the payment gateway here is for the credit card. Just like Mr. Ramdin said, this works very similar. It goes all the way to the banking. So in our case, the bank takes over. They're secured. You will provide all the payment instructions. The payment gateway does it. We get acknowledged that the payment is done, and all the information about the payment and the e-filing goes to our database and our main system that handles the taxes for administration. We haven't talked about direct debit. I haven't heard too much about direct debit, and I know some people say it's not e-payment, and some people say it's an e-payment. So it's in the middle, somehow. But it's, in fact, it's the most, how would I say, IT, or let's say, not using ICT too much. Why? Because taxpayer registers with MOA once, and then from then on, whenever he says that it's a direct debit, MOA, on behalf of the taxpayer, will do the transaction for him or her. So every time, he doesn't have to go to internet banking, he doesn't have to take out his credit card information, the card itself, to enter 16 digit, nothing. So this one, MOA does it. So it's very good when you have, let's say, very controlled transaction. For example, somebody is paying income tax, it's only once a year. It's not erratic like business people. Business people, today a container is coming, I have to pay. Then a week later, has to pay VAT. And then a month later, has to pay corporate tax. For them, it's very hard to keep track. So this facility of direct debit is very popular, increasingly popular for those who have a very structured and periodic payments. The automatic after return submission, the cost is minimum, whatever the bank charges. And for us, it's a major advantage, very easy reconciliation. And I think everybody's in finance, they hate that part of reconciliation. Once you get the payment, you got your money, but then when somebody tells you to go and reconcile, it's a pain. But what you want is an automatic reconciliation. This one does it for us. Now I'm going to, this slide is basically where we feel that if we had something that was a bit more integrated, it will not only help MOA, but will help any other organization who provides services, in the sense that when we are dealing with, let's say, Mauritius Telecom, MOA has to develop an application, custom application, to interface with Mauritius Telecom. At the same time, even with the bank, if I'm talking about the bank, if let's say I'm dealing with SBM or any other bank, I still have to do a development so that I interface with the bank. What would be good would be to have an integrated platform. I think representative from Bank of Mauritius already mentioned it, it's coming, for the payment, but I'm not too sure for the mobile. So what I'm saying is, when you want to make a mobile payment, you should only have your mobile, and you have registered for your account, and when you go on that platform, you should be able to do any transaction through the platform, knowing the source and the destination. So this, I'm sure it's coming on the way. And then, so the bottom line is we want to have the convergence of those two, ultimately. So that a taxpayer or anybody who wants to do a transaction doesn't really need to know what's behind it. I want to make a payment to MOA. It doesn't matter. My account gets debited, the money gets to MOA. I don't need to know which telecom operator I am. I don't need to know which bank other than my bank account. Okay, I don't need to know. I say, oh no, my bank is so I have to go to a URL of State Bank or the URL of MCB, for example. And then the next item is the check truncation system. I think you are aware of that. It's almost like we are doing our own clearing. MOA will be doing as a preferred stakeholder of Bank of Mauritius, as like Mr. Ramlin also said, is our treasurer. So we're like a mini bank, because we collect the money and then we transfer the money. So for that clearing, it helps a lot because we do it. If you take a check clearing, it might take 2 days, 3 days, depending on the bank. In the check truncation system, it will be done within a day. And in some cases where the amount is huge or large amount, not to mention poor here, but let's say, so it will be done within minutes or within hours. And other requests that we are waiting for is to have the availability of certain web services. Web services is just simply a way to communicate from system to system. I know it cannot be done to the public per se. Certain type of web services can be done to the public, but not necessarily for banking. It's very risky. However, it can be done for major stakeholders. And those web services, we would like to have it offered to us so that when we can use it effectively, so we bypass many overhead and time also. So it's done almost instantly. And one of the, like Bank of Mauritius, I think they had that gateway they were talking about, is basically when I use a direct debit, the one I mentioned before, arranged with MOA, this one would be a direct debit centrally in the gateway where somebody comes anywhere, it will want to do a transaction, would go through that gateway and debit the account for that person and to the creditor. So basically, no credit card involved. You went to the gateway, instant, you didn't go to the bank. So this is something that's coming up, I'm sure. And the web services, the two examples I mentioned is because whenever we do reconciliation, those who do exchange rates, they always have to refer to certain bank exchange rates. Repo rate, because we take, I know repo rate doesn't change here and there, but at least we use repo rate itself. So if we make a mistake, we need to update our system, for example, then we get the wrong one. But if it was just like our clock in our mobile device, it's auto-adjusted. Same thing for these kind of things, it would be good to have online rates. So when somebody come and make a payment, we charge with that rate at that time, spot rate, if I can say so. These are the challenges for us, and we hope that in the near future this will be resolved. And I come to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank everyone for listening and to thank Emtel for giving me this opportunity to share my experience with you. Thank you.
So our final presenter today, grab a seat here. Final presenter today is Nicolas from Emtel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know there's a lot of tired faces around. Everyone is looking forward for lunch. So I promise I'll be pretty quick. Got only 6 slides. And a quick announcement as well before I start. For any ACCA holders who is in attendance, and this workshop actually will give them credit for their CPD. So I would encourage them at the end of the session to meet with Mr. Durasamy to collect the certificate. Okay. So a lot has been said about mobile payment system, mobile payment services, and a lot have been read around. There's been a lot of success, there's been a lot of failures as well. There's also many other systems struggling to make it work. So what I wanted to do today is look at the success factors and also the best practices. And to start, I think different parts of the world interpret mobile payment or mobile services differently. If you look at developed countries, it's predominantly an extension of e-commerce. Basically, your mobile phone is integrated with your bank account or your credit cards, and you use it for doing payment at merchant place, over the internet, etc. If we look at Africa, it's more person-to-person mobile payment as a way to manage commerce, because the level of banking penetration is very low. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, in Africa it's about 24% on average. So it's basically where customers use their mobile phone to transfer funds, to recharge their account or to pay bills, especially in these countries you have prepaid bills. People are not even on postpaid. So it's a quick and easy way to do this payment. And now if you look on the other side of the world, in Asia, it's basically contactless payment, where payments are made by just passing your mobile phone next to a reader, an NFC reader, or a radio frequency identification reader. So depending on which part of the world you are, mobile payment means different things. And also it has different implications. So success factors. So if I take the example of Africa,
where most of operators are using a mobile payment platform to be able to do P2P transfer, as we call it. The initial investment is actually very high. So it's not the usual telecom services, it's not the usual telecom platform. It's pretty new for these operators. So basically, what we saw in the earlier stage is that the return on investment is actually longer when we are talking about mobile payment services in Africa for the sake of a platform. So there needs to be a real commitment from the MNO to ensure that we are not expecting the same returns and as quickly as we would expect on vast services, for example, and that also there is a commitment not only from the department looking at mobile payment, but from the entire MNO to make sure that we are all committed and we know that the revenue is going to come in the longer term rather than as other services in the shorter term. When it's a bank-led model, it's the same thing. I mean, we have various examples to see that, sometimes we ask ourselves, why is the bank doing that? Because there's hardly any revenue for the bank in that system. But I think the commitment has to be more in the longer term. And it is important that in any scenario, that we are all in the same sort of frame of mind, looking the same direction, and it's the only way it can work. And when it's a mixture of bank and telco, same thing. What the telco is going to do and what the bank is going to do at the back has to be more or less in line. Otherwise, we are going to go in different direction and the success factor is going to be pretty much difficult. Distribution network. I was just reading 2 weeks ago that Vodafone is relaunching M-Pesa in South Africa. Actually, they launched it in 2011. It didn't work, and what we find out is that the distribution network was a problem. People had to get out of their house, get into a taxi, go to an agent to be able to recharge their mobile, to be able to transact. So the cost of a taxi from their place to the agent, even that they couldn't afford. So the capillarity of the distribution network in that particular scenario is very important. So if it's not accessible, if people can't access agent to be able to refill their mobile, then it's unlikely that it's going to work. And Vodafone has just fixed that, and they are relaunching anytime before the end of the year. And it's the same thing when you look at mobile payment from a Western perspective. If you have a mobile and you can do payment with that, and you walk into merchant or shop and you ask whether you can pay with your mobile, they say no. Then it's pointless. So we've seen that with a recent launch of Apple Pay. So they were saying that they didn't manage to get all the top vendors, all the top sellers in the US to accept mobile payment using NFC device, because basically the investment into NFC technology is pretty high, and not a lot of merchants are convinced that this is going to work. So distribution network is very important. Customer experience, very important. I was reading a paper where we're questioning what is the real advantage for a customer to pick up a credit card out of his pocket or a mobile phone and do the payment, if we can't offer a more than just a payment system. In fact, for it to work, it has to be a really sort of value-added services like we've seen before. For example, you should be able from your mobile to order remotely, to pay remotely, to decide when you want to come to pick up your stuff. And also, one thing which is very, very important, which I think has made the success of Starbucks model, is ability to manage royalty from the mobile payment, from the mobile device. So if we can couple these three things together, ordering on the mobile, collecting bonus point and managing loyalty on the mobile, and paying on the mobile, then we got an ecosystem which makes it work. But just using mobile for payment, I don't think there's any value added to the customers. Education and marketing, again, if we look at Africa, a lot of money had been put into education because, first of all, the level of education is pretty low compared to the Western and developed countries. So you had to actually, do one-to-one education to the customer to explain how it works on the mobile. So that requires a lot of effort, a lot of resources, and it's not something you can do overnight. You have to really sort of, do it perfectly well. Otherwise, in the long run, the customer will use it once, and then will find it too complicated to use and will just drop it. And marketing as well. It's easy to market, it's easy to create awareness, but it doesn't necessarily mean usage. So a lot of operators in Africa today are spending nearly 40% of their marketing budget into creating awareness on mobile payment and also into educating the customers across the board. And it's a very long process, and this is why commitment is needed from all the players, and also we need to be patient. It's not something where you're going to get return on investment in 1 or 2 years. It actually takes 3-4 years to really get that going. Technology partner, why is it important? Because as we've seen with those who earlier embarked on mobile payment, the platform costs a lot of money. And then every time you want to integrate with a merchant, a bill company, it costs you money. So for the early operators, they didn't foresee that. So they bought a platform, and that platform was just what it could do at the time. So every time there were new services, they had to pay additional money and additional capex to be able to do that. So today, the common practice would be that you need to agree on a basically 3 to 5 year roadmap with your technology, with your platform supplier, telling what you want to do today, but also what you want to do in the coming days, in the coming years. Otherwise, you might be just surprised by the cost of a different integration going forward. And finally, market structure. It is very, very important that we understand the market structure. What works in Africa doesn't work in Europe. What works in Europe doesn't necessarily work in Asia, because the market dynamics are the same. So for example, in Africa, banking penetration is very low. Mobile phone penetration is higher than banking penetration, but still it's very low. When we look at developed countries, you have more mobile phone. So in terms of having mobile apps to be able to do the mobile payment, it's better. And also we need to look also at the number of operators. The more operators, the more bank you have who is embarking on mobile payment, the more dynamism you create in the market, and the better it is for everyone. We should not look at it in silos and think, we want to have exclusivity, we want to do that exclusively or not. I think it's a question of really collaborating, and that the dynamism of every operator will create, for example, the market forces that will drive adoption. So if we look at figures, so if the figures that have been reported in 2013 says that $6.7 trillion was channeled through credit cards. And if you add debit cards and prepaid cards, it's 15 trillion. And we are only expecting $1 trillion going through mobile payment by 2015. So the potential is enormous, and the gap is enormous. It's only 1/15 of what a payment is going on through the world. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there, provided we really have the right ecosystem, and we're also able to really show the value added that mobile payment can bring to the customer. Oops. What are customers saying? Surveys that have been carried out in the US, in Europe, and even in Africa, Northern Africa, says that 34% of customers are definitely or probably likely to use mobile as a wallet to do their payment, to collect voucher, to use it for an event ticket or public transport. And that figures goes higher when we talk to smartphone customers, because we would expect that the smartphone because users are more educated, have more money, so they are more likely to adopt mobile payment. And when we look at the age bracket, we see that the 18-24 are most likely to be the early adopters, because they've been born in the generation of internet, of mobile, etc. And when you bring that a little higher in terms of giving incentive, so they said, okay, 50% are ready to use mobile payment if they are incentivized. in terms of bonuses, in terms of discounts, we are ready to give it a go. And also we've seen in different research that the biggest hurdle is actually to make them do the first payment, the first transaction. Once you've done that once, then they are likely to adopt. They'll be probably reticent to use it in the first place for various reasons, which we're going to see in the next slide. So addressing the question of security. So 51% of customers says that the mobile wallet, they're worried about security. I think we've heard a lot about security, and we've learned a lot about protection of data. But they say they're ready to adopt it if we are able to sort of address this question of security. So 48% would use mobile payment if there's some sort of guarantee by the bank or by the mobile operator. 33% if there's any facial recognition. 40% if we are able to shut the mobile phone remotely, which Apple just did with Apple Pay. And 43% if there's a PIN every time I do a transaction, and if there's a transaction ID which is generated so that I'm able to sort of track down my payment. And 24% if we have some sort of voice recognition. So security is a major impediment to adoption, and I think this is one of the questions that everyone who's embarking on mobile payment needs to address. And I think if we're able to address that, coupled with education of customers, there's no reason why mobile payment can't be widely accepted around the world. And finally, if we look at the different sectors where mobile payment is actually being used, we can easily see that retail is a place where mobile payment are really picking up. The likes of Starbucks, of McDonald's, of KFC, and these likes are where actually they've taken the lead and they're accepting mobile payment. They've invested in FSC equipment to be able to sort of process the payment, or they've developed their own app in the case of Starbucks, and they've been able to sort of having people sitting on their couch at home, browsing through their mobile phone, selecting which shop they want to go, doing a shopping list, and then knowing in advance which shop is having the best deal of the week, something like that, and then walk into the shop and pay with their mobile. So it's an end-to-end sort of experience, and not only just walking to the shop and coming to the counter and saying, I want to pay with my mobile, because it doesn't add any sort of value added to the experience of a customer. And same thing for food and beverages. So I think in retail in general, the future is brilliant if we're able to sort of really focus on these two things, the customer experience and the security aspect. Those who have been able to do that, who have been able to really have these two aspects of mobile payment well under their grip, have been successful. And then we have transport, tech, others, and pay bill as well, which is the most basic of mobile payment that you can find around the world. I think to wrap up, three things is important. You need to get the right business model depending on the dynamics of your market. Is it a highly banked population? Is it low bank? How many operators you have? So once you get the right model, then you can design the right system. And when you have the right system, you have to focus on only one thing, ensuring that the customer has an end-to-end exceptional experience. If we are not able to do that, then I don't see how the mobile payment will have any differentiation to plastic money or to cash. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Any questions to the panelists here? I know we've covered what normally is a 1 week conference in 5 hours today, or 4 hours. So it was a very ambitious program, but I think we managed it. And I just want any questions to the panelists, any comments to finalize what's been going on. I know we're overrun. I apologize.
Everyone is hungry.
and everyone's hungry. I may just finish up with a little thing here. I think it's very important what you mentioned here at the end, Nicola, is that it looks to me like if the processes are in place and it's understood how to do the processes around digital payments, digital banking, mobile, whatever, in Mauritius, I see the technology is in place. Yeah, technology needs to be updated and maintained and upgraded every year. It's fine. The people side, which consists of both people working in government, people working in private sector, I think they should be fine. And I think a lot of time is being spent on getting the citizen. But if we can get Mr. Same Guy at least to act first, yeah, when you are a citizen or when you are an employee, you now act the same way. I think that goes a long way. I think some hard decisions must be made, but that can be done inside companies, inside government. Doesn't really have to wait for political agreements. Then I think there's all the fundamentals are in place. The security, well, we talked security on IT systems 30 years ago when I started. It's the same. Security is always going to be maintained. Security is always an issue. Security is there to be constantly improved upon. But it should not be a barrier of entry. Never. So we're down to trust. And that trust already exists between government and private sector. So that one is an easy one to fix. We did that with EDI. Now the big challenge here is don't go and invent too many new things, but reuse what you already have. So when you have a single sign-on or whatever you want to call this, reuse all these 3 different things that already exist in the country and let people choose which one they want to use, instead of building yet another one. And make that confirmation device, the mobile. Because then you have these very, very simple interactions that people don't have to... I don't know about you, but I am kind of lost with all these username passwords I have to remember. It's not less. You have 20 or 40 of those, and the various things you have to sign up. It's not the way forward to give people yet another username and password. And that had to be changed every month. And if it doesn't have 16 different characters and you have dollar signs and numbers in it, and if you don't change it like that, then it's an old one you already used, and you had no chance to come up with a new password. Yeah? So don't go that route, but to focus on collaboration between good stuff, educate where needed to be educated, make a few hard choices, and focus on what's in it for me. Make it simple and easy. Then you are ready for the real-time economy. I think that's my closing argument there. So with that, I'm actually now the one to say more winners. I have a good job today. It's actually a lot of good winners. So, and for that, I would ask Mr. Roy and Mr. Harold to come up on stage and also to hand over the presents. But we will start with the session now on finding the last winners. And if you could also join, yes, please. Should we do the last 5 winners and then all 10 come up and get their presents? I think so. So please be seated in the meantime. Yeah. Okay, we will do yet another lucky draw. This time we have not extended the numbering system from 3 to 4. We're limiting the amount of winners and options. Good. Can we do a new pick? We need the music as well, I think so, yes. $439, anyone on 439? Silence, no one. Next. $406, anyone on 406? No one, next one. $412, anyone on 412? Nope, next one. $302. No one said anything else? Okay, move on to the next. Here we go, 333. I bet you in some country that's a very lucky number, and it is here in Mauritius as well. Okay, first winner, second round. 453, anyone on 453? Is that you, Bastian? Okay. Next. 452, anyone 452? See, a lot of people shaking their head, they probably had the no, just the number below. Next one. 347. 347. Nope. Next one. 334. Nope. Next one. 425. Must be someone. Okay. 383. Probably someone's already left. 383. No one. Next one. 309. Got him. Close to say it's allowed to change the number yourself, but anyway. Next. 274 over here. Yeah. Right here, yeah? The winner. It was not a winner. Oh, okay, I got that wrong. I apologize, redraw. Deep silence. Next. 376. Next. 392. Randomized engine on A1 today. 313. Yes, there's a winner here. Very good. Thank you for breaking the ice. Now it's going to be quick. Next. 288. Yes, I said so. It's over there. Okay. Next. 316. Is that a hand up over there or? No, it was the local Emtel employee trying to do it. 447. No, 447 next. 339. Yes, another winner. Next and final. That's a huge number. 395. Anyone 395? No one on 395. Hey, next. 371. 371. No one interested in winning the last one? Sorry, keeping you with that moment of suspense here. 311. Nope. Next. Was that a 311 down at the back? No, there was someone falling down the chair. 433. Yes! We made it! Ask the winners to come up here to get their prizes. Okay. So our first winner. So if you start, Bo, with the first one and the picture taken. Okay. Next on stage. And a little picture. Next one, please. Fantastic. Okay, and our fourth winner. Maybe we just hand out. Good. Congratulations. Next, please. Did we get a photo? Did we get a photo? I'm not sure we got a photo. Sorry about that. Okay, fantastic. And next, please. Very good. We have just wait over here, please. And then next, please. Okay. Next, please. Next, please. Very good. And the final winner of the double dongle. Oh, it's not. Very good. Thank you very much. Are we having a group photo of all the winners together as well? Standing here. Yes, please. So please get here and we'll have a complete group photo. It's okay to show the Emtel badge.
Okay, time's up. I would like to thank all of you for your presence here today. I think it's been a very interesting day. And although we have been talking about digital banking, you won't go out of here with your pockets full of money. But I'm sure here we'll have it filled up with lots of more knowledge. And that's what we wanted to achieve. So, special thanks to all of you for being here till so late without lunch. There will be lunch. I would like to thank also all the speakers, the Governor and the Bank of Mauritius, the ICTA, the Director General, and other members of the ICTA, the people from the MRA, the Deputy Accountant General, the Barclays Bank. Who am I forgetting? All the other speakers. Sorry if I'm forgetting who else. Thank you very much. And we look forward to the next Emtel Knowledge Series, probably in the first quarter of next year, with another very innovative subject. And sorry, I forgot to thank Bo Harrell. Where are you? Coming all the way from Finland. Thank you for being here. And a special thanks to our favorite animator, who has been with us since the first edition. And I would like also to announce to you today another first from Emtel. We are very proud to announce that we are launching the Emtel Cloud services as from today. And the website is www.1010.mu. And if you wish, it's a free service from now till December for anyone. And we have a range of services that comes with it. If you wish, at the counter at the back here, you can register yourself. So you're most welcome before or after lunch to do that. Thank you very much, and I do hope you had a wonderful day. Thank you.